All right, everyone. Welcome to everyone we have here. All right, it is 2:04 p.m. on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, and this is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do a roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Vice President Mayberry. Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Here.
And I believe our student representative was a little delayed. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Fantastic. All right, earlier today we had a special meeting and there were some great people that helped make that happen. And so much of our staff works in the background. And our process works as smoothly as it does because of them, but they're very rarely recognized for that. So now I would like to recognize someone who works in the background to make things as smooth as they are, including this morning's special meeting. She is a 10-year veteran of this district. Kate Shum, will you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you very much, Ms. Shum. And now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their district homes, and some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you so much. And that closes Section 1 and brings us to Section 2, our consent agenda items. So today for my colleagues, we have an assortment of consent agenda items from 2.02 to 2.13. And I have not received any advance notice of pulling any items, so I'm looking for lights and seeing no lights. And seeing also no lights for questions. JJ, do we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.13?
We do not.
All right. Then I will bring that back to this board.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion, please. I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.13.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on for further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. Now, traditionally move on to Section 3, but as the meeting manager, I do have discretion in moving things that are on the agenda, and so I'm going to pull forward item 4.01 as our next item of discussion, so that we can address that next. And this is the discussion and possible action based on a request by Trustee Jeff Church in accordance with Board Policy 4110 to discuss Trustee Church's concern regarding the professional competence of Mr. Tracy Moore per Nevada Revised Statute NRS 241.033 and NRS 241.034 for the position of Chief of Police for the Washoe County School District, and affirm or deny the contingent offer of Interim Superintendent McNeil to Mr. Tracy Moore. This is an item for possible action. And so we do have some items that go along with it. This is not a typical item for this board, but this is something that every trustee has an exercise option whenever there is an offer of contingent employment for a member of our leadership team. And so we did also attach Board Policy 4110 so that the community can see this item, and they can also see the policy on which the item is based. So we will go ahead now, and our presenter for this item and the requester for the item is Trustee Jeff Church, and so I will open with him.
Thank you very much. When you read this, it's a legal term. Nobody's questioning the professionalism of Mr. Moore as an applicant for police chief for the police department, and I'll explain in detail, but I just want to clarify that. But essentially, Mr. Moore has been given a conditional offer of employment, as I understand it, for police chief for the Washoe County School District Police Department. So I have a few questions, I guess, for the superintendent, but I'll go ahead and read my comments. This is one of the most critical assignments that the superintendent will make, subject to the input of the Board of Trustees. As an elected trustee and a retired police sergeant, I take this obligation seriously. As part of the leadership team, the police chief is responsible for the safety of about 60,000 students. We want the best, most experienced, and qualified individual possible. Here's the problem that I face. Mr. Moore lacks any and all post-supervisory management certifications, post being peace officers' standards and training. Mr. Moore lacks a bachelor or higher degree that is essentially the industry standards. Further, as reflected in the flyer that Washoe County School District sent out, quote, education experience, any combination of education experience that would likely prove the required knowledge and skills, and then I'm going to equivalent to a bachelor's degree and 5 years of professional experience in police administration. Now, again, I've edited that out for brevity, but the desired or the what it was put out to the community, bachelor's degree, 5 years experience in police administration, I don't believe Mr. Moore has either of those. Moving on. I do not believe that Mr. Moore qualifies, and if we are to change the standards, that should be reflected and redrafted and sent out to the community so that all may apply that would be interested in that. So therein lies my dilemma, fellow trustees, in this vote, and that's why I put this on the agenda. So one of the questions I have, well, one more comment. This is as I understand it, an at-will position. And I think an at-will position of the leadership team of this magnitude, we have a fully, extremely capable acting interim police chief. There's no rush. I feel it's extremely untimely for an interim superintendent to make that decision. That decision can easily wait for the next superintendent. We hope to have them online by July, based on the earlier meeting today. So, and one of the things in my mind, what if we get a new superintendent that says, you're an at-will employee and I want my own police chief. You don't meet that criteria, and have a nice day, you're unemployed. I mean, if I understand it right, that can happen. That said, I've had some input from the community, some confidential communications that indicate there were some really highly qualified individuals. It was possibly a high-ranking police administrator with excellent capabilities that was one of the potential candidates for the position. If we're going to do this, I would like to see those applications. If we're going to move forward with this, I want to see a list of the finalists that were interviewed. And then the question, that's pretty much my comments, but the question I have, if staff or superintendent or somebody can explain the process. I understand that the rumor control is that we had a outside agency review board who narrowed it down, and then we had some kind of an internal review board that forwarded the recommendations, but that's all rumor control, not confirmed. So I'd love to hear that. And once again, as I close this, emails completely supportive of Mr. Moore. I think I've met him once or twice. Wonderful individual, great emergency manager. The question is the qualifications to be the leader of a police department responsible for 60,000 students, 30 plus officers. So I do have questions if staff or somebody can tell me the process.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some parts of those that we can respond to. I just want to be really clear that specifically this agenda item is you making the case that there's an issue with your concern with professional competence of Mr. Moore. A lot of these questions, which I tried to encourage in the emails before you made this decision, could have been answered beforehand. So a couple points, and we do have the job description posted along with Mr. Moore's resume and post certifications. As we did point out, the bachelor's degree is not a requirement. So the education and experience section, which anybody can read, you'll see that there are typical ways that one may be a candidate, but it doesn't actually say that you need to have a bachelor's. Also, just opine personally that I struggle with that concern because we have CTE programs right now for our students at this very moment that are studying these career paths, and we tell those students that they can and will achieve the highest level of success, and that does not necessarily require a 4-year degree. Those are the educational programs we offer right now. So the reason why I think that that's important is because the employment standards on the education and experience do not actually say that you must have a bachelor's degree. Now, I don't have an issue with the fact that many people in this role might have a bachelor's. That is probably accurate, but it's not necessarily a requirement. And I happen to know of many elected law enforcement officials that also don't have a 4-year degree. So I just want to point that out. As far as the process, I think we're pretty familiar with the process. So for leadership team members, the board does not make those direct hires. The board actually only has really 2 employees, one of which we hire, and that's the superintendent. So we don't participate in the hiring process. Otherwise, this entire process would be public from application to final decision. But I think you know that, though, Trustee Church. So let's definitely stay focused on the areas that you've brought up, and I know one of them was the post certifications. So could you direct us to, we've got the attachments here where we've got the post certification and also the resume. Can you help us understand what your concerns are in terms of what's missing so that I can better understand?
Without going through everything you said, I don't necessarily agree with what you just said, so let's just put that on the record. I think I laid out for the fellow trustees my concerns. I don't need to regurgitate them. You did answer my questions before, as did some other trustees, but not to my satisfaction. The facts are that this implies, the facts are, number one, the industry standard for a police chief of a 30-officer department is not somebody who is not a supervisor and has never been in a command position, which is generally lieutenant or above. My understanding from confidential communications is there were some outstanding candidates, and there was also concerns with the process. That's probably neither here nor there, because here we are today. The superintendent, again, the interim superintendent, has offered this position, and I don't think it's appropriate. She's an interim superintendent, and this should be wait till July or beyond for the next superintendent to do that. I think you're absolutely right. There's no argument. It doesn't say you must have a bachelor's or you must have 5 years of command or police administration, but that's what it implies. That's what it seeks. That's what it desires, whatever term you want to use. So my concerns stand. I don't know what else I can say.
I think, Madam President, I couldn't disagree more with Trustee Church. Just a few hours ago, you're saying we're not in a rush to hire a new superintendent, but now you want to wait and hire our chief of police. And I will say there are just for the record, I currently work in law enforcement. I'm actually a deputy administrator for the state law enforcement. And I will say that I know, just from my colleagues and the public, there are plenty of law enforcement administrators that do not have a degree. And not to take anything away from folks that do, but having a degree does not measure competence or measures competence. And I will say I am very familiar with Tracy Moore, and he has commanded incidences larger than you probably commanded. He was there for the officer-involved shooting at Hug. He was there for Sparks Middle School shooting. I have, as a patrol officer back in the day, have worked fire evacuations with him and other school police officers to include during the Reno riots. He's a very strong pillar of this police department for the school. He's built a lot. He's implemented the emergency management. He, again, commanded I don't know how many scenarios and trading opportunities. So I think he's an outstanding choice. He's gone through the ringer not once but twice. And to be brought up here before the board like this in a public manner, I think is very unfortunate. And we're lucky to have him as a candidate to this point. So I know we got to do public comment, but I am more than happy to support him. And as a father of 3 children in the school district, I rest assured and I am positive that he will ensure the safety and security of our school district.
Thank you. Public comment, JJ?
Stacy Ting.
Hi, Ms. Ting.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
I am really happy to be here today and saw this on the agenda and decided to take a shower and get out and not watch Netflix all afternoon. I'm a retired principal. I was the proud principal of Libby C. Booth and Sparks Middle School. I am also serve as a member on the National Principals Recovery Network that supports schools that have experienced gun violence on their campus. I am here today to advocate for Tracy Moore as Chief of Police for the Washoe County School District. I have known Sergeant Moore, never heard him called Mr. Moore, Sergeant Moore, as a beat officer, emergency manager, and sergeant over my past 20 years of experience in the Washoe County School District. Sergeant Moore and I worked very closely after the 2013 tragedy at Sparks Middle School, as I was assigned principal just a few days after the shooting. During my principalship, it was very difficult to maneuver all of the agencies involved after the school shooting and during the school shooting that day. Washoe County School District Police, County Police, Reno PD, Sparks PD, and several other agencies showed up that day. Tracy's impeccable leadership skills kept the information organized, and his intelligence and tenacity was instrumental in managing a joint criminal investigation as well as an administrative investigation on my part as the school administrator. Several agencies were involved, as I said, and Tracy's leadership was imperative in conducting a sensitive, thoughtful, and compassionate investigation while keeping all the other agencies at bay from the daily operations of the schoolhouse. Later, Tracy and I served together. He was the sergeant and I was the school administrator, and I never hesitated to bring forward a concern about an officer or a situation. I would call him frequently and run by things that were occurring in the schoolhouse. Tracy immediately addressed it. He would answer my calls late at night, and we were able to move on from those situations. Again, it is with the utmost respect and recommendation that I advocate for the assignment of Tracy Moore as the Chief of Police for students, families, and staff for the Washoe County School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ting.
Kelly Echeverra.
Hi, Ms. Echeverria.
Hi. I'm Kelly Echeverria. I am the Washoe County Emergency Management Administrator. I'm here to speak and advocate for Mr. Moore. He and I have worked together for the past 11 years in a variety of roles in this community, and he is a phenomenal partner. I made some notes, so I'm just going to look down, but I didn't want to forget anything because Tracy is that phenomenal partner that I mentioned. He can easily bring a community together, as was just mentioned, to accomplish common goals because he's constantly building collaborative connections, which is very hard to do. Tracy has the ability, I call him Tracy because I've known him for 11 years. So he has the ability to see the big picture while understanding the details. He can take complex concepts and situations and break them down into simple, manageable bites. which is, again, very difficult to do and something that a lot of people struggle with, but seems to come very easily to Tracy, and I appreciate that about him. He has consistently been in a leadership role, whether or not he is actually in a leadership role. He, what I call, manages from the bench. So whether he, in the metaphor, is on the field captaining the team or on the bench, he's leading his team, whether that be the school district, the community as a whole, emergency management, what have you. He is that leader. Tracy is able to advocate for whatever agency he's been with. He has been in leadership roles with the Local Emergency Planning Committee, or LEPC, which is an all-hazards group of first responders and emergency managers in our community, consistently throughout the past 11 years, and has done the very difficult task of riding for his brand, but also supporting community partners and lifting them up so that they're successful as well. Because we do have limited resources in this community. And Tracy understands that one agency is only as strong as the next agency. So he's been able to tie us in that capacity. In his previous role with the school district, he acted as a liaison with Incident Command or Unified Command in disaster agencies, and was integral to our success as a region in being able to connect us with situational awareness and better understanding of how emergency management and other partners could support one another in an active, complex response. As was mentioned, he did that in the Sparks Middle School shooting, of which I was with the Red Cross at the time, and Tracy was amazing in making sure that we incorporated recovery and mental health and full wraparound services for the entire community. And so to pass on this opportunity would be a mistake.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Echeverria.
Brian Taylor.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. And I'm going to apologize. I feel like I should be saying the rank or titles of so many of you, but I'm not precisely sure what that is. So if I use the Ms. or the Mr., it's so that I'm not presuming or being incorrect with what your formal title may be, if you would like to share that with us.
Appreciate it, and thank you for hearing me, board members. My name is Brian Taylor. I am currently the emergency manager for REMSA, but have been working in emergency medical services in this town for over 40 years in a capacity with REMSA and even before REMSA. I was a responder that responded to the Sparks tragedy, Sparks Middle School tragedy, as well as the Hug incident as well. I first met Mr. Moore in the capacity of the school district officer at the Collin fire. That's a long time ago, in 2011. He showed up to the incident command post there and filled the position as liaison for law enforcement on that side and helped us in that capacity. I didn't know him from anybody, and he was a great help and a leader in that capacity. Since then, I've worked with him in multiple positions. I'm currently the chair of the LEPC, which Kelly talked about, and I worked under him as the vice chair and the at-large member in that board when he was there. So I have an understanding of his abilities as a leader, as a person who brings things together. Tracy is the kind of person that you can just call at 2 o'clock in the morning. He'll answer his phone and answer the questions and help to put something together. Our community, the strength of it, I've been the chair for many years of our healthcare coalition, the Inter-Hospital Coordinating Council, and he sits in that group as well. And the strength of our community is in our camaraderie, in our working together, in our ability to pick up when one person can't and have different subject matter experts in different areas. Tracy is my go-to guy in a subject matter expert, one on the law enforcement side in his capacity, at the airport as well right now, but more importantly, in a leadership role and an ability to lead other people and put things together in a way that the common people, the common responders can understand. He wants to cut through the red tape and bring it down to a level where every boots on the ground person can understand it there. That's one of the things that I really appreciate about Tracy is he's able to to fill in those top leadership positions that may even be political, but most of all is that he brings something meaningful and usable to those boots on the ground people. And I know that because I'm a responder and I've responded with him as well. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys today on that behalf.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Ryan Summers.
Hi, Mr. Summers, welcome.
Good afternoon, Board Trustees. My name is Ryan Summers. I'm the Fire Chief from North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. We cover Incline Village and Crystal Bay. I'm here to talk about the professional competency of Mr. Tracy Moore, who I have known since elementary school in Washoe County, so I might have some of you beat. And he's been involved with many county incidents and activities, as you've already heard. He's very involved with the number one concern, though, that we have as first responders, and that is communications. What I mean by this is he has led, at one time or another, the Users Committee for the 800 megahertz radio system, and he currently leads the Joint Operating System and the P25 compliance system. And those are some technical terms, but they're the way our radio works today. All of us as first responders rely on communication, and specifically our radios for day-to-day operations. If it wasn't for Tracy and his leadership, due to his due diligence and professionalism, our Washoe County system would not be as far as long as it is today that we again utilize on a daily basis. I support Mr. Moore in the position of police chief for the school district, and his past emergency manager for both the school district and the airport will only further enhance his position as police chief for the school district. Trustee Rodriguez, I'm with you. I'm very disappointed, and this is an unfortunate agenda item. However, you will not find a more professional leader and somebody that can take the school police forward than Mr. Tracy Moore. And I ask today that you affirm him to the position of police chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
The board received emails from David Murdoch, Lori Kasmer, Ken Honning, Jennifer Poston, Brad Mustafa, Carla Solferino, Dale Richardson, Casey Allred, Matt McKay, Anonymous, Corey Combs, Michael Rapasora, Ed Atwell, Joshua LeGroin, Bridget Loring, MJ Cloud, Brittany Culbertson, Sienna Baker, Richard Solferino, Vanessa Nelson, and Richard J.
Thank you very much. JJ, I know we have received quite a few emails, including many that came today. Would you mind just quickly taking a look at the inbox and make sure that we don't have any others?
Already did.
Of course I know that you did. And just so everyone knows, I fully assume that that is the answer. The reason why that's important is because we do invite public comment, not just here at the dais, but also through email. And we want to make sure that those community members who are emailing us know that we're pausing, we are reading, and we are taking that opportunity so that we are equally the voices that stand before us and the voices that we're also reading on the screen. So I will bring it back to this dais to see if anyone has additional comments or thoughts, and I'll start with Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. No, my comment will be brief. I mean, look, from my perspective, it's clear. I think it's always been clear for me that Tracy Moore has experience, and in fact exceeds the experience by the letter and the spirit of the description. So he has my full support, and I think he's going to bring some refreshing changes to our police department here at the Washoe County School District, and so I look forward to having him on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So as we know, well, first I want to apologize to Brian. I did not see you in the audience. I've worked with Brian and Kelly and Tracy over the past 10, 15 years in my capacity as City of Reno. I also, most recently, last year, we attended public safety representatives for the region. We attended an institute for regional emergency response to address situations here in Washington, D.C., if something was to occur. And although we see fellow law enforcement agencies and officers in uniform. Sometimes, especially for me, it's hard for me to remember names, but I do remember I was having lunch, because we all had to eat lunch at the cafeteria in Washington, D.C., and I had police chiefs that we were sitting and eating lunch, and they were telling me about Tracy Moore, and I forgot that this is Tracy Moore. And he was there representing the airport and the region, and they had nothing but great things to say. And I'm talking about the city of Sparks, city of Reno, and Washoe County. And they all said that, hey, you need to know this guy, he's squared away. He's a good partner to have in the community. And then when he came and sat with us, I was like, I know this guy. So my experience has been very positive, and I have seen his professionalism and his willingness to work with other agencies is a big, big need for us here at the Washoe County School District. So I agree with Trustee Mayberry and Trustee Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you. I too have a lunchtime story. The first Washoe County School District police ride I took was with Sergeant Tracy Moore. They had just purchased a puppy for their family at that time, and so that we really bonded through that story. But I took him out to lunch. He tried to take me out to lunch, but that was no, I will take you out to lunch. And at lunch, we sat with 4 Washoe County sheriffs, and I just kind of sat back and listened to them talk and laugh and tell their stories. And at that moment, I really did realize the importance. I mean, I thought I knew it, but I really realized the importance of our working together, all of our agencies together to make great things happen, especially when problems occur. And so I actually, in a funky kind of way, want to thank my colleague, Trustee Church, for bringing this up because of all the wonderful testimonies and the ability to hear some really wonderful things said about what I hope is going to be our future Chief of Police, because I'm excited about that.
Thank you, Madam President. I got this last comment, and I'm ready to make a motion. And I will share this. I mean, obviously we got different agencies here, but I do know that when Tracy was coming up to be nominated for Chief of Police, law enforcement's a small community. It's a small family, and I know there's a lot of law enforcement leaders within the region that are excited about this. And Tracy has experience that cannot be bought, and no college can teach. And it's you can't buy this. And and I'll just say it one last time on behalf of the majority of this board, I apologize that you had to be brought up like this. But I agree with Trustee Nicolette. A lot of good things were said. I'm more than happy to make this motion. That I move that the Board of Trustees affirms the offer of employment for the position of Chief of School Police for the Washoe County School District be made by the interim superintendent to Tracy Moore.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. I don't see any lights on, but as the presenter for the item, I do want to give you the opportunity, Trustee Church, if you want to add anything.
I wasn't going to, but again, all the emails, wonderful individual, wonderful emergency manager. Once he's on board, which he probably will be, he'll have my full support. Again, my concerns about other applicants, my concerns about whether this should be done by an interim superintendent remain, as well as the way the application was implied. But I get the response, and I appreciate that, and this is just a wonderful exercise in democracy. Thank you.
All right, speaking of exercising democracy, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion carries, and I am proud of this one, 6-1. So, Mr. Moore, if I may say, on behalf of myself, you have exhibited grace, patience, and diplomacy in what would normally be an uncomfortable way to begin potential employment with the Washoe County School District. And so I hope that you do see that the majority vote that has taken today is hopefully the beginning of a chapter with you in the Washoe County School District, which is a continuation of the story that you already have with us. So thank you so much. I would be more than happy to invite you, if you would like, to say a few words, and you don't have to if you don't want to.
button there. No, thank you, Board President Smith, Interim Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. I appreciate you all for your vote today, and I just want to assure you that I will not disappoint you. I will continue this realm of a community partnership with the Washoe County School District. As many people spoke to it, I do have firm confidence myself. I'm your best choice that you had for the Chief of Police. This was a long, lengthy process, but I also feel that builds the character. This is just another adventure of this job that this person, this applicant, would have to attest to. So once again, I do appreciate it. Like they say, I am a person that will work closely with you all. If you have any questions, you have my contact information. You know who I am. I am here to serve our community, our students, and faculty of the Washoe County School District.
Thank you so much. And I think Dr. McNeil would like to make a brief comment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, President Smith. And I just want to say, welcome aboard, Chief. And I also want to thank our interim chief for handling the situation with Grace. And I also want to thank our police department because they have been outstanding through this entire process that I will put on the record was done twice so that we can find the right person for the position. So again, thank you so much. And Chief, you may want to look around and look at your officers that are there for support for you. So thank you.
All right, everyone. So that closes item 4.01. We will not be continuing with section 4, however. We are going to go back in time to section 3, and these are our finance items. And we will start with item 3.01. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 2024-25 budget process and status, including the strategic plan budget and weighted funding, possible action to direct the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board specific budget issues, items, or other changes to strategic plan budget, weighted funding, and the district's fiscal year 2024-2025 budget process. This is an item for possible action. And we have a whole crew in front of us here. We have Mr. Joe Ernst, Jeff Bozzo, Mark Mathers, and Dr. Troy Parks. Before our team begins, I do also want to flag to my colleagues and the community that this is just the first of many conversations we are going to have over the course of spring and early summer as we work towards our final budget for the fiscal year 24-25. And now I will turn it over to this fantastic panel.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. McNeil, trustees, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. Very happy to present actually the next two items with this esteemed panel for the first item, and then Jeff and I will handle the second. And I think it's easy to get confused with fiscal years, so I wanted to first explain kind of the approach here with these two items so that it's hopefully clear in your mind what we're presenting here today. This will be in somewhat reversed chronological order. The first item we have is, as Madam President indicated, basically our first meeting of the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget process. And that sounds, so we'll talk about next fiscal year, and that probably sounds like a long way away. In reality, as you know, fiscal year 24-25 starts on July 1, so less than 6 months away. So we don't have a lot of time to make what I think will be very momentous decisions and in time for completion of the budget, which by statute has to be finalized by June 8th. But we want to talk about next fiscal year first because we're going to be kind of addressing some themes and lay the groundwork kind of for where we're headed over the next 5 months. And that will play into the second item you will hear, which is for the current fiscal year we're in. So it means kind of backwards a little bit, but we want to cover some of the theoretical data kind of issues that inform our preliminary recommendations to you for next fiscal year before we get into some recommendations for immediate actions that we want to propose to you for the current year, if that makes sense. So we're laying the groundwork now, talking about the future, and then we'll come back in the second item to talk about some immediate action take to make some major differences in the current fiscal year. I hope that makes sense. Okay. So with that, of course, we start with our WCSD promise. We will know every student by name, strength, and need so they graduate prepared for the future in partnership with our families and community. And the budget process strives to do this, believe it or not. It's not just a dry financial exercise. As you know, our budget is an expression of your priorities. And I think it's been called an ethical document by some, and that is the truth. That how we use our money tells everyone what they need to know about your priorities. And I know that your priorities are to support our students and schools and staff. And so, to me, the budget process aligns very much with this slide and the expression here in this promise. You'll hear from my colleagues how we plan to deliver on that promise and help you get there. But again, we are looking towards students and staff and schools when we make these recommendations. This is not for us, this is for them. And so we're here as a support kind of organization to support, again, students and staff. So turning to the next slide, we wanted to kind of frame the discussions we'll be having today a little bit before we get into it. I should say, first of all, that what you'll hear in this item are preliminary recommendations. These come out of fairly extensive discussions with our executive team, and that's why you see Dr. Parks and Joe here today. This is not Finance's proposed budget. This is the executive team's proposed budget that you'll hear today and each and every budget meeting going forward. These are the collective thoughts of our executive team. Finance kind of plays the host, if you will, to the process and make sure that we provide the parameters that need to be there to be compliant with state budget law. But the recommendations you hear came from these two gentlemen and the rest of the executive team. How do we do that? Well, of course, we want to align with the strategic plan. So that is, in fact, one of the guiding principles to what we're doing. We need, all of these recommendations should be in strong alignment and support the 5 goals of our strategic plan, which I'll remind you is strong start for every child, student voice and advocacy, safety and belonging, academic achievement, and empowering all learners. So for each and every recommendation, with a few exceptions that I would call kind of building blocks to having a sound financial system and district, they should be directly aligning to one or more of those goals. In addition to that, in the middle part of that slide, we wanted to kind of be clear with you where these recommendations come from. And first of all, we, the executive team, have heard loud and clear from schools and staff about their needs. And we've heard from you, the board. I mean, I think you've been very clear in past meetings about where your priorities lie. Now, could we have missed some things? Absolutely. And that's what this first meeting is intended to do. It's to solicit your feedback, for you to raise any questions or points that you'd like to make that you don't see here, and so forth. So we want that interaction with you, but what we've tried to do is take your feedback to this point and provide recommendations that align to those thoughts. We've heard from our staff from different levels, kind of this notion of people over programs. And I somewhat hesitate to use that phrasing because I think that overly simplifies things. But the point is, we understand to launch one new program after another, right, is wearying, taxing, and most of all, we need additional supports for our students. And so that has guided us in terms of making these preliminary recommendations. And along those lines then, you will see throughout this presentation discussions of lower class sizes and lower caseloads for our staff. And we know how important it is to our staff who have kind of been burdened I think since COVID really, in doing more with less. And so we know how important that is, and we know we've got to get to that point. We're not anywhere close to where we ultimately want to be, but we've got to start somewhere. So you will see throughout the theme discussion that Dr. Parks will lead, discussion of lower class sizes and caseloads. The only caveat that I would say to you is that we also need to recognize the current labor market that we find ourselves in. And so we need to be careful when we talk about additional positions and ask ourselves, can we fill them, right? So even if we had the funding to add 1,000 teaching positions, we don't have 1,000 graduates that could fill all those positions. So we'll need to do this methodically, phased over a number of years. But that is a constraint we have to work with. So just keep that in mind when we talk about new positions. We need to be able to fill them to really make those a meaningful decision.
Mr. Mathers, I would like to just say that I find a slide like this very refreshing at the start of a presentation like this, because it immediately answers the question, like, what was the North Star in creating what you're proposing? And I am personally very grateful to know that you've been all tracking what we've been talking about for so many months, if not years. And I just want to applaud you and say thank you to the team for setting this intention right at the beginning of a presentation like this, because I really do feel like it answers a lot of questions, and I found it valuable myself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So today we will go through, first of all, the sources of funding that we have available to us. And I should have said at the start, both of these items really are the outcome of an unprecedented increase in funding for school districts in Nevada. And so Jeff will talk about those sources of funding, but of course they include a portion of the additional general fund dollars we received, roughly $10 million. Then we saw an unprecedented increase in the new weighted funding categories for at-risk and English learners. And so those give us the opportunity for the first time in more than a decade, certainly probably in several decades, to really make meaningful changes and move the needle with additional resources finally that are provided to school districts. And then we will talk about some recommendations we have, but again, the primary purpose of this item today is to get your feedback and your thoughts, and that could include a sense of prioritization from you. If you want to tell us, hey, this is most important to us, that will really help us as the executive team continues to meet and vet and mash through the recommendations, because we know we're going to have more proposed uses for funding than we do the actual funding, right? Needs always exceed resources. And that'll be the same case this year, even though these are tremendously increased resources. So again, it's interact. We want to hear from you. We want your thoughts. Again, if we're off track or miss something, we want to know before we get too far down the road. The last thing I'll say, I know I've given like a ton of qualifiers here and preamble, but the last thing I want to say is that, again, what you're going to see are the recommendations of our executive team. This is not finance's budget. This is the district's executive team's budget. Again, that's why we have these two gentlemen here, but there was a whole group behind us that also worked through these issues, and we want you to be able to ask them questions too about why are we doing this or why are we doing that. So with that, I will turn it now over to Jeff to go through some of the revenue numbers and analysis we've done to date, and then we'll move on to a discussion of major themes.
And before we do that, I would like to allow Trustee Nicolette to jump in.
Thank you, President Smith. Just for clarification, I want folks to know why in the number 4 weighted funding, we don't see gifted and talented. I think I know, but I want to hear it from you because it is missing. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and you're right. That is the third weight that the state funds. Unlike English learners and at-risk, the state has believed that they adequately fund the gifted and talented programs across the state. That's certainly not the case in Washoe County School District. We incur far more costs than the funding we receive from that gifted and talented weighted funding. We subsidize those programs roughly to the tune of $4 million a year. But they did not increase, unfortunately, gifted and talented funding this last biennium. So what exists in terms of gifted and talented programs will maintain, but we don't have the ability to expand those programs with additional funding.
And just to piggyback on Trustee Nicolette, that's the same for special education funding?
Another good question. That is the same for special education funding. I think we've gone through this before, but the district's contribution to special ed programs is greater than the state's. So we pay for slightly more than half of total special ed expenses in Washoe County School District. And to your question, the state had very minor increases to special ed funding this past biennium. So when some people say we fully funded the weights, actually the largest weight is special education. And they've not made anything but a very minor increase or improvement in special ed funding. So that is also why you do not see recommendations there. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen the kind of increases we need.
Okay, moving on to the three sources of funding focusing on during the fiscal year 24-25 budget process. The first bucket of funds is the normal general fund surplus deficit we use to kick off our budget process. So I'll get to that in the next slide. And then we have the $10 million strategic plan allocation that was approved in the current year's budget. And then also the significant increases to weighted funding that Mark just mentioned, listed there at the bottom. As we move through this process and you all make decisions on things to approve, we will leverage weighted funding first, the most restrictive funding source, the best we can, so that we have more flexibility in the general fund to do as much as we can there. So later on in the presentation, when we get to the major themes that Dr. Parks will be presenting, please note that though many of those items can also be funded out of weighted funding, and so as items get approved, we will leverage that funding first and put the rest of what's approved into the general fund strategic plan allocation. So the general fund surplus deficit estimate, as you can see, there's no number here right now. My team and I are still working through that. That's typically a number we bring to you in February, so we will do that same process next month. But I did want to list out some of the revenue increases and cost pressures that we will be seeing in the next presentation in February. So we have a per pupil amount that's increasing, investment earnings are increasing, and we may have some higher than budgeted turnover savings. On the other side of that, we continue to see declining enrollment and cost increases related to negotiations, step increases, benefit changes, and other inflationary adjustments. So we're still fine-tuning that number, and we'll come back to you next month with that fine-tuned number and show you where we're at. The next section we're going to go over is for our strategic plan budget. I'm going to hand it off to Chief Continuous Improvement Officer Joe Ernst here in a second. He'll quickly go over some slides on student performance, which will help explain the why behind the major themes that we're about to see.
Thank you, Jeff. As we talked about, we have identified our North Star, and that's our strategic plan, and we have sought input from many. And when we're looking to make sure that resource allocation is matching priorities, it's important to look at our achievement data. So really we offer these slides just as a reminder. All of this is information that's been shared. And what we know here is that between 3rd and 8th grade, our proficiency levels in ELA are 41%. And you can see that we continue to have achievement gaps amongst populations of students and in various programs. Our next slide takes us to math. And we know that our student achievement data in math really nationals, it really mirrors national data in one of the most significant areas we have right now in academic outcomes, and that's the mathematical learning of our students. And this is, again, for our 3rd through 8th grade students, and you can see that we have 34% of our students meeting or exceeding standards, and then again, you can see some of the achievement gaps that we have amongst the various populations of students. I think this next slide is important. You can look at light blue, and what that is that's ELA. And what you can see is that ELA remains consistent in large part from 3rd through 8th grade in terms of the proficiency levels of our students. You can see 41% down in 3rd grade, and up in 8th grade you can see you're at 40%. But what you can also see here are some of the declines that occur in math. And so when you look, you can see that from 3rd grade, when you have 44% of our students proficient, down to 8th grade, when you have 23% of our students proficient. This is fairly telling data, and that definitely gives us an opportunity to look at priorities and really focus our efforts. The last data slide that we'll look at is around chronic absenteeism. And it's been well said and documented in previous presentations, really the importance of having students in attendance every day. And we have talked about the outcomes of students who are not chronically absent compared to students who are chronically absent, and the significant academic disparities that occur between those two groups. And so what we realize here, and you continue to look at the various populations of students, is that chronic absenteeism remains a heightened concern and an area of focus in our school district.
Can I ask a quick question? This is for this school year?
Nope, so thank you, Trustee Church. The 28% is 22-23 data. As of today, we're more in the neighborhood of 26%. So thought we might have a question along those lines. Where we're currently at is really in the neighborhood of 25 to 26%.
Okay, that's good. And just for the record, according to the state, we're 31%, but I recognize there's all kinds of different interpretations, what includes charters, blah, blah, blah. So I get it, but thank you.
You bet. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Mathers.
And before I turn it over to Dr. Parks, just wanted to again emphasize these are preliminary recommendations. This is not an all-inclusive list, so we're looking at many more items than what we could show in a few slides. But again, what we want to be is data-driven. What we want to be is responsive to our students and schools. So you'll see here among the things that Dr. Parks mentions, additional supports to those subpopulations and the grades that need it the most. We want to be very targeted in what we do and recommend because, again, dollars are precious. Even though we're talking a lot of dollars, it doesn't go nearly as far as we would hope. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Parks to cover these major themes.
Thank you, Mark. Want to re-emphasize new strategic plan, and in looking at our data, this is our opportunity as a school district to kind of set a new foundation for our future. And when you look over our recommendations, you'll see that we're putting the majority of our dollars at the sites and making recommendations that will be personnel at the site. So I want to start with, obviously, with a strategic plan. You want to address your greatest needs first. That is our collaborative schools. These are our schools that have been identified with the data that are most in need of receiving dollars in the name of personnel. So that collaborative schools piece is our very first priority. Then you look at it and utilizing the data. Our second most important area to address is the next schools that also we have concerns about, and providing them with further resources so that they can make adjustments with our guidance at the district level. For our additional supports at those elementary schools, want to emphasize this opportunity we've discussed at length. Do we go with deans? Do we go with learning facilitators? and our strong recommendation, not only at the executive team, but from our associate chiefs, and in looking at what we received as feedback from principals, is that our new foundation, we want a dean of students to be the standard, partly because all of the data suggests that, and in our new model, we want our administrators to be instructional leaders.
Thank you very much. And just for clarification's sakes, and I believe our finance team has a very great slide, but the board has been receiving a lot of emails regarding deans at the elementary level versus deans at the middle school level. And so I'm wondering if it's not quite the right time to bring the slide up, but if Mr. Mathers could provide some clarification around that, and if you feel comfortable, we could go ahead and bring the slide up now.
So this is a new slide we added. On the next slide, we talk about additional supports to middle schools. Because as you saw in those graphs, we see certainly a decline in math scores at the middle school level. We know students can struggle at middle schools. And so what this chart attempts to show you here is the current level of funding for deans at middle schools and assistant principals at middle schools. And you can see our current guidelines for deans at middle schools provides 7.5 deans in total at all of our middle schools. What we're proposing is to increase that by 10.5, so to go from 7.5 deans at middle schools so that every middle school has at least one dean for a total of 18 deans. And you can see there's an increase in one assistant principal at the middle school. Currently, these additional positions you see here are funded by ESSER and the Federal Stimulus Act. And so they would have dropped off at the end of the current fiscal year and at the end of the current school year. What we're proposing to you is to use general fund dollars to ensure a continuation of those deans at those middle schools and the AP at that middle school. So we're not reducing coverage of deans and APs at middle schools. We're in fact increasing in terms of what the general fund covers.
I appreciate that clarification because I responded to many community members who wrote into the board. I understand it. Sometimes the thought could be if deans are going to elementary schools, well then we're taking them away somewhere. And it hurts my heart that our staff has been through so many years where for someone to get more, that meant someone else needs to get less. So I appreciate you adding this slide so that we can quell those concerns and that indeed we are not taking deans. If anything, as you can see from this, we are protecting and sustaining and growing our dean footprint in the middle schools. And then also our staff is proposing that we also extend that to our elementary schools. So again, to all of our middle school families and principals, we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, President Smith. Gentlemen, again, thank you for the foresight. That is a huge safety net that if pulled, our students and our staff would suffer greatly. The only other comment I wanted to make, and this is just from going into schools and having this brought to my attention, the elementary schools, that the high needs, the communities less served, it's important. These extra allocations for these schools are so important. But the thing is once that school starts to rise, it is not the time then to pull back those allocations because nothing has changed in the demographics of the community. Yes, that school is on the rise because it is with the extra supports that we've given them, but nothing externally has changed. So if the school rises and then we pull those supports, what's going to happen? So it's the time to take your foot off the gas is not when that's when you put the pedal to the metal and make sure the support for those schools in need, because we're only going to rise as a whole when we bring the schools in need up, and we can't pull those supports because again, nothing changes externally. Thank you.
Trustee Westlake, thank you. I just wanted to follow up at, in building out the collaborative and working with the executive leadership team, we have absolutely considered the sustainability at these schools as they're making progress and keeping those resources in place to ensure that you have that steady progress going forward. So I just wanted to kind of follow up with that and let you know that it's been recognized amongst the team to keep that as a priority to ensure we're not pulling supports too quickly and maybe not getting some of the outcomes that we would desire as a result of that.
All right, so I'm going to pick back up where I left off. Thank you for the questions. I also want to emphasize that our learning facilitators are important in our strategic plan, and that these learning facilitators will be working with students, and you can kind of think of them as a coach that we would utilize in our schools that have the highest needs. Also, as you're very aware, as the Board of Trustees, our high schools also need additional supports, and our recommendation is going to be campus supervisors at all of our high schools, as well as those family graduation advocates. Next slide. Here we want to talk about the class size reduction. When we look at our middle school data, we know that is a great area of need. So in looking at what we currently have for our 4th and 5th grade ratios, we want to improve those. Also want to provide extra support to our middle schools. Again, looking at our schools that have the greatest needs first. As you are likely aware, the vast majority of our federal funding is expiring, and we have provided many allocations to our schools, and we want to stabilize that with our strategic plan funds. And so that is another recommendation we have come up with. And as we continue to see in many data presentations, chronic absenteeism is a great concern, and we must keep making recommendations to get that number down to an acceptable number. Mark went over that. So also, as we think further into the strategic plan, later today you're going to be hearing a presentation on Goal 1, a strong start for every child. And we know that if we're going to close achievement gaps, the greatest time to do that is when they're barely existent or non-existent. And that's why we have to put a lot of emphasis on our pre-K. So that's why you see those recommendations there. For our system-wide improvements, just want to highlight, we're looking at a possible upgrade to our website and some other recommendations that will impact us district-wide. And that last section is related to Goal 5. I just want to highlight some of the things we are recommending, and that is you look at eliminating fees. You're going to hear from Mark and Jeff that one of our barriers and one of our recommendations is around fees that students have to pay when they take advanced courses. We all want every student to have access to those courses which interest them and which help them advance based on their interest and their needs. And one way we feel strongly that we can provide that opportunity for our students is removing that barrier. Also, at the elementary level, one of the positions that is a great challenge for our elementary principals is our ed tech specialist position. Currently, those are only 21-hour positions, and it tends to be at the sites a revolving door at best because we're only providing them with 21 hours. Generally, they're looking for more opportunities. So we have some recommendations about how we might bolster that position. And with that, I'm going to go on to,
Dr. Parks? Okay, so maybe I'm the only fangirl in this room for this item, but I can barely even sit in my seat. Eliminating fees for dual credit, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate. That is a headline. This board and myself personally, we believe that money should never separate a child from their potential. And $75 might not seem like a lot for one person. That could be the difference between a child pursuing an academic path that they are capable of. This is massive, massive. I know it's just a single line on this presentation, but I need to underscore how important it would be to remove financial barriers from our students in these advanced classes. So I don't mean to be emotional, but it has always grieved me that our children who do not come from financial resources may not be able to take the most rigorous classes. And to know that we have the potential to eliminate that barrier is everything I dreamed of when I came into this role. So, and I wasn't expecting this, but I feel this passionately about making sure that our children who come from different financial backgrounds and means have those same opportunities. And the way we do that is by removing financial barriers in public education. And I am so proud of this.
Thank you. So on that note, the dual credit, does that include credits for high school students taking classes at TMCC, for instance? They may take a government class that they get dual credit for, and they don't have to take the government class at the high school, and they get the dual credit. Does that make sense?
so Mark and Jeff, please chime in here. Where we're at right now is the recommendation is elimination of fees. Now, to make sure we have accounted for exactly what that impact is, we still have to toss that out.
Yeah.
Right now, our strong recommendation is basically the elimination of fees.
So to put that in perspective, as a parent, I mean, I had my children take a class at TMCC. It's $284. And that's, I mean, it was a heavy lift for me. I can only imagine what it is for many moms and dads across the district. So I can understand why you got teary-eyed. Thank you.
Now, many of the executive leadership team's discussions has been around eliminating barriers for our students. That is a real barrier. And so I think as a team we are very proud of the recommendation, and we will continue to pursue exactly what the cost will be and what we're going to be able to afford.
Yeah, it is a headline. It truly is. I mean, we're not talking about necessarily a class at high school that's $74, which again is a lot of money for many of our families. But I mean, really broadening that out to the university system, allowing our students to get a taste of what it's like to be in college. That is a dream. That's a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. That is super, super important. I just want to hit on some of the others. The increased school general fund. Some of these schools struggle. Especially the underserved communities, the schools that are there for those communities, they struggle. They don't have huge funds from PTA, and it's hard for them to meet all of those needs. And it's important that they have the supplies that all schools have. The other thing I wanted to hit on is, we invested a ton in iReady. And if we don't have the IT staff to support that program, we're not going to get our money out of that program. So we have to see things through, and we need to make sure we're supporting them in every way possible so we get the biggest bang for our buck and our students get the most achievement for their effort. the expansion of clubs and activities, there are so many studies out there that kids that are involved, kids that have a passion for an extracurricular activity, choir, theater, football, baseball, the many different clubs, Spanish club, ski club, that gets them in school. That's what we need to do. We need to get them in school and have them passionate about being there. And then they're going to get the learning. So.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. And I want to emphasize specific to our middle school principals, where based on that data, we know we need connectivity and we know we need our students to feel like they belong. That's one of the areas where we're looking at significantly expanding clubs and activities is at the middle school level.
Thank you. The previous slide, other class size reductions. Can you tell us about the conversation that accompanied 4th and 5th grades phased equity-based approach? What were the conversations around that? How did we end up there?
I might call on our CFO on this one, but the phased equity approach is just simply stated, we are going to address our schools that have the greatest needs first. So when you look at data and you look at our Title I schools, it is likely that as we look at the opportunity here, we would start first with those schools and then continue the next neediest schools, so that it's not a everybody at once, but we phase it in based on need.
Thank you. And to that, okay, please, Mr. Mathers.
So when we consider the amount of increased funding we have, basically one of the things we kind of said amongst ourselves is leave no stone unturned, consider everything, right? Mm-hmm. And so one of them was just kind of the odd class size guidelines that have existed in this district for years and years and years, and there's a little hump in 4th and 5th grades. We basically go from 24 and a half, a maximum class size of 24 and a half in 3rd grade to 34, a maximum class size of 34 in grades 4 and 5. So it's basically an increase per class of 10. So it would make sense that that would be a potential reason why kids in those grades may struggle more than in grades K through 3. And so, again, we question thing, and the internal question is why does that exist? Now we know the old class size reduction program kind of only focused on grades 1 through 3, right? So that would be a reason, but that's gone away. So we know we need to address this because it's, like I say, a little hump in class sizes that you see in 4th and 5th versus grades 3 or even 6 and 7. But again, we need to acknowledge we may not have all the funding we need to address that on a district-wide basis, so we'll take a phased approach if necessary and focus on the schools with the greatest needs to address that, is kind of the conversations we've been having.
I like the hump analogy. I think that was really well said. I appreciate that because those nuances are what we need to look at to make some tough decisions. I would say that 38 3rd and 5th graders in any class, no matter the school, can be very challenging. To that, I would say, and I'm just going to throw this out there, this becomes, to me, something I want to address in the future in that allocation process, because this will be very important that teachers are in place at the beginning of the year.
Absolutely, and I know this is just an ongoing pain point for the board, families, students. I did want to note to you on the slide you see here, one of the feedback points we've gotten loud and clear is, we set allocations at count day, right? But then what happens after that? And so we've heard loud and clear that there's a concern we're not addressing when a school, especially a high-needs school, sees an influx of students and we're not adjusting allocations, and so we get above those maximum class size guidelines. So we will be, pending, this board's approval and pending adequate resources, we want to be able to fund post-count day, mid-year adjustments to allocations, i.e. class sizes. And we actually have done that already at, I think, 5 to 6 schools, based on kind of where we saw our financial situation. But I just want to speak, I know that's probably just part of your concern, but we've heard loud and clear it is a concern that we can't just leave schools to flounder after count day. And so that will require resources, but we intend to provide a bank of additional allocations that we can then allocate out to schools in those situations.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Excellent question, and I concur with your concerns and appreciate the response. Real quick, just a clarifying question, Mr. Mathers. Going back to what President Smith brought up at the very beginning, because I think there may be some confusion with our staff. So here's a statement: reverting elementary assistant principal allocations to pre-pandemic levels. That's not what we're talking about here.
Which one is? I'm sorry. Which one?
Well, I'm reading a statement in an email from a member of our staff, and they're expressing concern about reverting elementary assistant principal allocations to pre-pandemic levels. That's not what we're doing here. Okay, we're not, as President Smith said, robbing Peter to pay Paul.
We're not, and you took action during the last fiscal year to eliminate the standalone principal issue, and we pre-funded that. As ESSER funded positions go away, we pre-funded our ability to avoid a standalone principal issue. I don't know if, man, that was really bad English, but anyhow, we pre-funded the positions it would take for next fiscal year so that no elementary school will have a standalone principal situation. So no, we're not going backwards, and the intention is to only increase staffing in the areas we've identified, or again, as we talk about this further, February, March, April, and May, if there are other concepts or ideas or concerns you hear, we can talk about them. So this is just an initial, kind of, again, preliminary recommendation of here's where we're headed, but it is not to reduce staffing at our schools, no.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Again, it was to the pandemic levels. I think that was a misunderstanding, that if we extend, then we must take, but we're not doing that. Although I recognize it is a new theme for everyone, but that's not what's happening here. Trustee Westlake, followed by Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Smith. So I want to reiterate an influx of 10 students in a Title I school can have a huge, huge effect on the outcomes. And so it is just super important that the supports are there for our Title Is. I wanted to ask, what about interventionists? So we have a large class size, which the whole point is to get a lower class size is so that the teacher can have more one-on-one or the direct connection with the students in the classroom. That's hard to do the bigger you get, the thinner you get spread. But maybe in the meantime, before we can get teachers, we get interventionists that can go in and kind of rotate in that school for 4th and 5th, because those are the grades that are leading directly into the middle school where we see ourselves struggling. But the interventionists go into the classrooms. Not all the kids need that one-on-one. Some kids are just soaring, but goes in and pulls small groups. Now we've got a small class size. These little kiddos over here can keep doing what they're doing, and then we have the small class size pulled out, and then those kids are brought up. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to get some other ideas out there.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Again, a very good point. Appreciate you bringing that up. If you look up at the collaborative schools, one of the points in there, as you can see, a focus on those intervention subs. So again, when we look to support our most in-need schools, that's very much a part of the equation, and it really kind of echoes everything that you had just mentioned, the ability to provide additional services to some of our most in-need schools. And so that's certainly a part of some of the themes that we're expressing here today. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I do have a couple of questions. One, is there like a, for lack of a better word, it's kind of like an org chart or something where, like, if you have X amount of students, you'll have X amount of teachers, custodial staff, things like that? Are we able to get a copy of that? That'd be great, because I don't know what triggers what, and that's the one thing that I will share that I know I've been hearing. I think a lot of us have been hearing. I know we had some talks with what triggers what. You know, and one thing I have been hearing quite a bit is, like, these numbers are always just a little bit out of touch. So if we could see that, that'd be great. And then kind of to just piggyback off Vice President Mayberry, I think I know what you're talking about, the commenter. I think one of the concerns is that principals, because there are still, you know, I know we made motions to get away with standalone schools, help our elementary principals at least have a dean. I think one of the concerns that some of them are having is that when they hit a number, they actually need an AP instead of a dean. So is there like a matrix for that, or what might that number be?
Thank you for your question. So if we're looking at the elementary school level, the way the staffing guidelines are written, so this is what they look like. We'll get you a copy. Is 550 students for a title or risk elementary school, and other schools the ratio is 600 students or more the school gets an assistant principal.
So like I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, so at a title or risk elementary school, once the school hits 550 students, they get an assistant principal. At a non-title or risk elementary school, once they hit 600 students, they get that assistant principal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, I do want to add that, and I am really pleased with this, because in this current fiscal year, when this board did vote to do the first step, which was to eliminate standalone principals, we promised the principals and the community that the associate chiefs would go and have those conversations with them. An example of that was the Mount Rose Academy of Languages, which is a pre-K-8 program. So based on their head count, they may have qualified for one thing, but in consultation with their associate chief, they actually got an AP out of that process. So just so everyone knows that like there is, you know, logic and collaboration built with that, whereas most of the other schools acquired a dean in that first step that didn't already have a learning facilitator. This potential action would take it a step further, but that is one example of a school that did end up getting an AP from that, because it is such a unique educational model with being pre-K-8.
Thank you, President Smith. And I do want to clarify around the staffing guidelines, and that's the technical term for that document, our staffing guidelines. And obviously, budgetary speaking, you have to have some sort of guidelines. And what we're trying to move away from is this process of where it's just black and white and that's the way it is. There has to be some common sense approach to that, and looking at the individuals. And our budgetary team, our academic team have been tremendous in getting to that point, as far as we need to look at the specific school and start talking about what that specific school needs. But you must have some sort of guidelines when you're doing that.
Absolutely agree. Totally understand. And I would add to that this is not a criticism. This is a behemoth. It's a behemoth, and there are so many beautiful nuances and differences. To that point, I would like us, and I still do want to have this as an agenda item. I would like us to, not us, the experts, to figure out a way to be more responsive, because when you when you have things going on in your school and you worry and you feel things are out of control, and now you have a SBAC, I-Ready testing coming, and all these things going on, and you know that you need another teacher, we can't wait on those things. Now, granted, you make a very good point about we have to have the employees ready to be able to fill those spots, but I would like us to figure out, not us, again, the experts, figure out a way to be more responsive. And I believe only the boots on the ground, so to speak, can figure that out.
All right. Oops, sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Trustee Nicolette just stated. I support that as well.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to talk about weighted funding. So again, earlier we talked about the increased funding specifically for EL and at-risk dollars in this last legislative session. You can see in the table at the bottom, significant increase in English learners and at-risk weighted funding from last school year to the current school year, and we get a little increase going into the next school year as well. And as we talked about earlier, gifted and talented remains relatively flat and will continue to be mainly supported by the general fund. So we have, weighted funding is very restrictive and can only be used for specific purposes. So these are the portions of law that at-risk and EL weighted funding can only be used for. So as we go through the budgetary process, we need to keep in mind that, certain things can go over there. Other things that get approved would need to be funded out of the general fund. So if we focus on our EL weighted funding or English learners weighted funding, some of the ideas staff is working through is reducing the student to teacher ratio for EL teachers from 70-1 to 60-1. What that would do is create about 33 more teaching positions to provide supports to our EL students. We also have teacher assistant positions in our Title III grant. There's been reductions in Title III over the years, so if we shift those positions over to the EL weighted funding, it would provide a more stable source of funding for those positions. Pre-K is also an acceptable use of EL weighted funding, so you'll see shifting some programs over from pre-K grants over to EL funding and also potentially adding new pre-K programs. And then lastly, we're looking at adding additional positions to support translation and interpretation services, and also the EL and dual language program coordination. If we look at risk funding, just like EL funding, we have to go through a school-by-school analysis because the intent is that schools will receive the same amount of funding on a per-pupil basis. So with these decisions, we'll have to do that complex analysis as well. During the current fiscal year negotiations, there was a cost shift over from the general fund to at-risk funding. So right now, most of the at-risk funds have been allocated, but we're still working through that school-by-school analysis to determine what's available.
On that note, if I could interject, that school-by-school analysis, can we confirm that that involves the principal being a part of those conversations about what their schools need?
So far, we haven't had direct conversations with principals. 2 years ago, or during the first year of the People-Centered Funding Plan, the board approved a cost shift of formerly grant-funded social workers and mental health professionals over to that fund. And during negotiations, other things have been shifting over to that fund. So if there's an opportunity for us to work directly with principals for the funds that are remaining, then we will do so.
Oh, very good. I appreciate that. And then on the previous slide for English learners, again, it looks like just a bullet on this slide, but this would be transformative for dual language programs to have a dual language program coordination between the schools. I think that that is really, really important. So I'm really glad to see that as an addition.
Okay, I'm going to hand it back to Mark for recommendations and next steps.
So before we get to this next section, again, the idea of this presentation was to get your feedback if you have any questions or points you'd like to raise, things we didn't address, again, direction on priorities, we are open to that. Again, it's a tall task to put this together. In the budget season, we will, again, come to you every month as decisions crystallize and as we kind of put the puzzle pieces together, because as Jeff said, a lot of these items can rely upon a blend of funding. So again, we're going to try to leverage restricted funds as much as we can in order to free up general fund dollars for items that EL or at-risk funding can't legally pay for. So it's a complex analysis. It is a school-by-school analysis for weighted funding. But before we get too far down the tracks, we do want to make sure we're aligned with your thoughts. And if we miss the boat on anything, you know, please let us know, including at this meeting, if you have that kind of feedback.
And on that note, I see your light on, Trustee Westlake. Since we've had the opportunity to have some discussions, I didn't know if you wanted to jump in, but this could also be a good point for public comment to hear what the folks out there are thinking as well as we finish the second part of this conversation. Yes. So Trustee Westlake, did you have a question?
Well, it says recommendations. Is that kind of like a requests kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to do yours, then we'll go to public comment, because what we are interested in may be affected by the voices we hear today.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. So it's actually a request, and I didn't see it anything about busing on there. So I was wondering if it'd be possible for you gentlemen to look at adding busing to our innovations as we do for AACT. Maybe not door to innovations, but a hub. And the reason I feel that this is so important is, first of all, this is a last chance for some of our students. There are students going into innovations that are juniors that only have 4.5 credits. The potential at innovations to serve so many more students, but the parents can't get them to get that support and that alternative for them that's going to help uplift them. And so that's why I think it's so important. The other thing is kind of a selfish reason. Their stats affect us as a district.
Yeah.
So if we're not supporting them to our fullest capability and their absenteeism is high because we can't get the kids to innovations, their last hope, that affects our absenteeism rate. It affects our graduation rate. It affects everything. So again, in order for us to shine and to rise up as a district, we have to bring those that are down here that are struggling up. And so if we could get 3-4 bus routes, I mean, if you guys could look into that, I would appreciate it so much.
Yeah, no, thank you for the comments, and I really appreciate the intent and the spirit of those comments. I really do. So this is a concept we are looking at. It just didn't make the list of these slides. So we have started conversations with Mr. Searcy and Mr. Scott Lee on busing solutions, not just for innovations, but for some of the other programs the district maintains that we don't provide transportation for. And there is a serious equity issue here, right? So we have started looking at that. Like everything, it has costs, but that is something we are looking at. So thank you.
Excellent point, Trustee Westlake. JJ, can we go to public comment?
Rachel Stefina.
Hi, Ms. Stefina, welcome. Oh, and you have friends, welcome.
Hello. Ready? Okay. For the record, my name is Rachel Stepina. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil, district representatives, and of course our members of the public as well. I came today to share my support for dual language education program teacher allocations and the dual language program coordinator position in the budget related to this agenda. I wear many hats. I don't have one on right now. But first, I'm a mother of 3 children who attend the dual language program at Jesse Beck Elementary. Second, I'm the vice president of the Dual Language Action Committee, a self-organized group of parents who commit their time to collaborate with school administration, teachers, the PFA, and the community to support the unique needs of students in a dual language program. I was able to participate in the core planning team for the strategic plan and heavily supported Goal 1. I also want to state my support for the English language learner weighted funding and also our pre-K programs on this agenda item. Professionally, I work 2 jobs. I have been a grant-funded bilingual interventionist at Jesse Beck Elementary School for 5 years. A lot of that was during the COVID years, so it was really, really big learning there. And I also work full-time for the Nevada Department of Education in the Office of Early Learning and Development. For the record, my comments today are shared as a private citizen. I hold a master's degree in education in bilingual early childhood education and completed my degree with a 100-page case study that analyzed the dual language program at Jesse Beck Elementary School. You can read that if you'd like later. I did not put it as public comment. I share these many hats with you because they contribute to my funds of knowledge in dual language education and provide context to why it's so important to support dual language programs through teacher allocations and program coordination. Dual language education has consistently shown to be the best type of support for students to reduce English language learner achievement gaps over the long term. And these programs cannot be successful when operated on a whim or with little planning or limited district support. Let's see, I'm going to skip that because I'm running out of time. So teacher allocations and program coordination specific to dual language programs have been a need since the dual language program's inception in our community almost 20 years ago. I want to pause here to celebrate our school district for being a leader in the state when it comes to the longevity of implementing a dual language program. In this celebration, however, it is imperative to note our opportunities to grow and point out that dual language education programs need specific funding. Complex funding examples include teacher allocations, specific leadership and teacher training opportunities designated to support dual language teaching, and program coordination and expansion eventually. Lack of adequate teacher allocations for dual language programming has impacted my family in many ways, and my son will tell you a little bit about his experience next.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much, Ms. DePina. Hi.
Griffin and Stepina. I am 9 years old. I go to the school Jesse Beck. I am in 4th grade. I want to share a few things about my school. The 5th grade leaves to do English in different classes. And their 4th and 5th grade together. When they get back, there are 35 students and it gets crowded. I think it's hard for the teacher to teach 2 grades at once. One, I love having a bilingual school. I think schools should have more bilingual classes because I speak 2 languages. It's a gift everybody should have. Thank you.
Oh, Griffin, that was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Mike Krogan.
Welcome, Mr.
JJ, why do you put me behind an act like that? I would like to throw, I wasn't going to say anything, but dual language coordinator? Oh yeah. The dream for me would be that in this district, the high schools have chemistry taught in a non-English language, social studies taught in a non-English language. The curriculum is the same in both, the same with English mainstream, but they are taught in non-English languages for students who are trying to learn those languages. That's Max, ladies and gentlemen, and I am the happy beneficiary of that plan when I was teaching high school in Ukiah. There were a couple of points I wanted to ask. It strikes me as strange, I'm addressing the budget folks here, it strikes me as strange that the local district outspends state allocations for special education. I'm not even sure that the federal allocations in special education allow for that. Just a question. Secondly, a stated goal on the first slide and throughout the meeting has been to reduce caseloads for teachers and staff. So a question, do additional deans at elementary schools and high schools lead us toward a reduction of student class size? The little fellow that was just up here touched on that very subject. And about the fees to attend TMCC, UNR, and other IHEs, we heard a lot during the discussion with Tracy Moore. Can we find a Tracy Moore guy that will reach out to those IHEs and arrange ways of handling those expenses for kids that are in our high schools? And I had a 4 in here. Oh, it was a dual language thing. So I think my scratchy notes are done. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, President Evans.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association. First off, just wanted to applaud the drivers of the budget process with an emphasis clearly on people over programs, the lowering of class sizes, and really getting feedback from folks on the ground. Listening to staff at the ground level is the key, right? We're always kind of searching for that silver bullet to fix a lot of these issues, but the solution has always been right in front of us, and it's our people, right? It's empowering our staff, it's empowering our families to best serve our students. Along with the general funds, the emphasis on weighted funding is clearly focused on personnel. Thank you. That's going to best support student needs. I'm not going to go through each line individually, but just speaking on how, thank you for your work. We know that, President Smith and the board, that you guys have been very hands-on with your input on these areas, and it clearly shows. To be very clear, I understand that this is the first step in a larger process, that this does not include all the future funding priorities, so I fully understand that, but I want to just put a couple items to keep on everybody's radar. The first, around the reduction of class sizes, is the continuation of the mid-year allocation. I mean, that was a major milestone in this district, the fact that we were able to start providing that. And addressing class sizes throughout the year is huge, and so continuing to provide funding and an emphasis on that, I think, is extremely important. I know I've spoken many times around Appendix B and the need to address this structure after being neglected for the last 25 years, but one piece in there that hasn't been discussed that I need to be on the record for is around the athletic director positions. Athletic directors are an absolutely essential component to any high school. You do not have athletic programs at high schools without the ADs, and I don't know if a lot of you know, but ADs are not provided a full allocation. They are a half-time allocation, meaning I go to school in the morning and I teach history class, and then I also half-time do my athletic director responsibilities. Athletic director is a full-time position, and honestly it should be on its own extended contract, let alone being on a half-time allocation. We had conversations with the previous kind of regime and discussions around that, and we would really encourage us to have a larger discussion around that, because while it is a management right for allocations, it's the district's responsibility to fund essential allocations. And I don't think anybody would disagree that that the athletic director position is an absolutely essential allocation for schools. And then just real quickly, you know, talking about, actually I ran out of time. I'm going to let it go there. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, President Evans. It's so much better to do it that way than after the beeping.
The board received emails from Aaron Lane, Carrie Woodhead, Dana Hart, Chris Stepina, Paul Sumby, Mela Lonzano, Charlotte and Gavin Hartman, Teresa Menzer, Kate Fluget, Laura Hurley, Katrina Kelleris, Suzette Champagne, Sarah Cummings, Jennifer Mortensen, Nasid Baldio, Quinn Sims, Jessica Diss, Heidi Garvelis, and Sarah Welsh.
Thank you. And I think we might have a couple more people out there who are interested in doing public comment on this item. If you are one of those people, come on up, and then we'll have you fill out a card after, okay? And then we'll bring it back to this board.
I thought this was under the same regard. I thought all of three, so sorry, apologies. Thank you, Madam President, Board of Trustees. Glad to have you, Dr. McNeil. I'm here giving public comment as an elementary school principal at Lemon Valley Elementary School, as well as the Vice President of WESPA, representing our members. I support using funding to provide a dean of students at the elementary school and campus monitors at the high school, as well as I also support the use of weighted funding to provide EL student support and learning facilitators at the highest needs schools. The role of a dean of students at an elementary school is critical to maintaining a positive, supportive learning environment. The importance of a dean of students is to extend that ability to provide a positive and responsible management of student behavior and enforcing progressive discipline and supporting our staff. That dean of student is vital at our elementary schools to provide that safe and supportive learning environment for our students to strive academically, socially, and emotionally. Also, the learning facilitator is highly significant, contributing to improving teaching and learning practices. Learning facilitators have a role in all elementary schools to work closely with teachers individually, tailoring their support to meet each student educator's specific needs and goals. This personalized support helps teachers address their unique challenge and improve their instructional practices. The learning facilitator plays an additional pivotal role in the professional growth with their teachers in collaboration with their administrators as the instructional leader within their school. And they ultimately enhance that student learning outcomes in that collaboration with their administrator. Finally, high school campus monitors create a safe, secure, and conducive learning environment. Their responsibilities extend beyond the physical presence and support to include fostering a positive school culture and contributing to the overall well-being of the school community at the high schools. I additionally hope this board and our district still consider the need for a leadership pathway that allows for assistant principals to be in the elementary schools at the current and spoken about staffing guidelines. As a district, we need to ensure we have a pathway to help and develop strong instructional leaders and administrators who are prepared to become principals. WESPA and I support using funding and weighted funding to allocate the resources to support our students, staff, and school.
Thank you so much, Vice President. All right, so let's bring it back here. So we've had a great conversation, well worth the time we've invested in this. So as we go around for our feedback and the things that we're interested in, let's try to make that clear and direct because we do have a second item which is similar to this. It's a cousin item, okay? So let's bring it back to this dais, talk about things that maybe we didn't see here, and then we can move ourselves to action on this because we do have another budget item after this. We'll go ahead and start with Trustee Church, followed by Vice President Mayberry.
Thanks, and I'll try and be very short. I didn't say a lot during the presentation because of governance. My personal thought is you're the experts. The superintendent runs the ship. the skipper. And so it would be a rare day where I'm going to contradict any recommendations of that. You know, we govern from 30,000 feet. I'm very opinionated on other subjects, but in this I absolutely defer to your expertise. We're getting a lot of emails. I appreciate them, but again, I have to defer to the superintendent. For Griffin in the back, supongo que usted habla español, so es importante que tenemos sistemas que apoyan todas personas. So just a little bit of a shout out to Griffin in the back, but bottom line is I do support the superintendent and you guys for what you do, and I'm not going to try to micromanage on that kind of aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I'll be brief too. We've made a lot of great progress in terms of our hiring, benefits of day one, excuse me, increasing compensation. I'd like to see us, if you could bring us back, because we're talking 04-05 fiscal year, if we could consider absorbing the cost for fingerprinting for our new hires, even if it's at a level of maybe 40,000 a year. I don't know what that cost is per employee, but I think it's something that would help us in terms of recruitment and hiring. Secondly, listening to President Evans earlier, looking at the next fiscal year, we've talked a lot about, and by the way, we've talked about that fingerprinting fee as well, I think multiple times, so that shouldn't be a surprise. And then there's that Appendix B piece, increasing compensation for our coaches, our club advisors, those kinds of things. Is there a negotiation piece for that? Is that something that we could build into the budget, at least consider? Any feedback on that you could provide us would be appreciated.
So that would, to clarify, that would be a meet and confer issue, and in fact in the collective bargaining agreement we have with WEA, we did indicate in there that we would have discussions this spring on compensation for coaches in Appendix B, so we will do that. But of course, in order to, if we do come in agreement, and if there are increases to compensation, we'll need to fund it in next fiscal year's budget for sure.
And I think that does align with one of our strategic goals as well, in terms of providing for our students and after-school activities, intramural sports, that sort of things. And that will go a long way. I believe in helping our students stay in school, reducing chronic absenteeism. So those are my thoughts. But thank you.
I'll stay at the 30,000-foot view because your work is excellent. And so 3 points. I so appreciate that we continue to look at the right people in the right places, because we know the right people in the right places, that's what makes a difference. We can have all the programs and the cool tools, and it's the right people in the right places. And then I concur with President Evans that it is so paramount, and I know you know this, and this is not easy to do because everyone's so busy, but it's so important to get the input from the people that are doing the work on a daily basis. It's just so important, and I know that's a complex task because every person I know has a really fabulous idea and an opinion. So we need to definitely collect those and organize them in a way that we, as a collective, recognize that when we add something, so many times we must take something off our plate, and we have to recognize that. And I say it again, it's the experts who are doing the work daily that know best how to say, let's do this, oh, sorry, we can't do that. And so continue to seek that input. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to add to the athletic directors. In 11 years of serving on the board for Sierra Youth Football League, I worked with every single high school athletic director to procure fields for the youth football games. And I would have set meeting times with the ADs, and not once was that conducted just sitting down. It was always on the move. Those guys were just hopping we would have the meeting and be talking about schedules as we were running out to the football field, then to the gym, and then here and there and everywhere, and dropping papers off. I mean, they don't stop. It just is a thankless job. So that is important. The other thing I wanted to see if we could look into is the fees for aides. Right now, the aides are paying for their testing to become an aide, for their certification. If there was a way we could absorb, I think it's like $75 a test. And unfortunately, I mean, sometimes they don't pass the first time, so now they're up to $150. And the compensation is not huge, but if we could attract more young people that would want to become an aide and see if this is something that they want to continue on by absorbing their fees for their testing, I think that would go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I too just want to echo Vice President Mayberry, Trustee Nicolette, and Trustee Westlake as far as the Activities Director, and looking at that, and Appendix B as well for WEA. And a couple of other things are more of a question. The board, we previously voted to provide free and reduced lunches and meals. That was through ESSER funds. Is that correct? Are we still providing that through ESSER funds?
That was actually state funding.
State funding?
That covered universal free meals for the last several years.
And are we looking to continue to use that for the next fiscal year coming up, or?
So there was a decision by the governor to not have universal free meals next school year. We have begun the discussions of expansion of our Community Eligibility Provision CEP program, which would go a long way towards universal free, and we're also talking about what a universal free scenario would look like. It is expensive and not really sustainable, but we are looking at those issues. Those would be funded out of our Nutrition Services Enterprise Fund, not the general fund, and we do have resources to do at least some of these things. So we will come back to you later in the budget season to talk about that, for sure.
I would like to see something, if you can, that'd be great, because I do know that's one thing out in the community that I have heard a lot of praises about, and has actually helped keep kids in school, you know, unfortunately, or fortunately. And then lastly, it's come to my attention that one thing I would like to see and explore is that our police officers, not all of them have a patrol vehicle. So that is something that I would like to discuss and see, even for our campus officers. I do believe a police car in front of a school can deter quite a bit of things just by presence alone. So that's something I would like to see as well if possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciate all the what appears to be suggestions, recommendations, and ideas that we're looking at. I'm going to make this one specific to a specific position, because one of my concerns is, you know, how good is it if we have, or if we provide so many positions or empty positions if we can't fill those positions? And I will tell you, one concern I had last year when we first discussed was the campus supervisors, and I had a concern, how many of these are we going to get, and what are we paying them, and who are we going to get? Because if I can make more McDonald's, I don't know if I'm going to want to be a campus supervisor. So my question is how much leeway or flexibility or assistance are we going to be able to give to principals when they have these open positions at their schools? They want to fill them, but unfortunately they can't find anyone, or they can't find the right quality candidate that they want at their school and on their campus to fulfill these positions. Thank you.
So thank you all. I'll just add a few thoughts, and then hopefully we can move towards action, followed by a brief break, and then we'll continue. So I'm really thrilled on the immediate recommendation slide. I don't speak Spanish. I don't have children that speak Spanish. I don't have children that are in dual language programs. And I say that because I I consider myself an ally of this program, but I state that because it's not necessarily because I'm in group. It's just that I recognize the power and the potential of dual language education. And when I became a trustee and I understood the programs being run by Jessie Beck Elementary and the K-8 Academy of Languages, I was just so very impressed. I was really glad to see that that was a theme that was strong through the strategic plan, and particularly at Jessie Beck. This is a program that launched this type of learning in the state of Nevada. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades, but it's like we've been dating it. And now it's time to put a ring on it and really fund it and have teacher allocations for it, rather than forcing them to balance across allocations in general education. So I'm incredibly impressed and pleased to see these 2 items and very grateful. And I'll end on a story, and that story is Reno High School Principal Chris Hackbush's magic cart rides. And the reason why I want to bring up Principal Hackbush's magic cart rides is that when I was with him earlier this school year, because Reno High is always the first school I visit each year, we go on a little golf cart ride. And I always ask my principals, what do you need? What should I know? How can we be serving you? And he's actually where I got the information about the family graduation advocates and the high school campus supervisors, which they had, but then the funding for that, because it was federally funded, fell off, so they didn't have that anymore. And so I share this story so that when everyone sees these great ideas up here, I want you to know that so many of them come from our staff who trust us with their stories and with their needs and allow us the honor to carry that banner for them. So now probably all the principals will want to take us out on golf cart rides and give us their lists of all the things that they want. But I just want to say thank you so much to Principal Hackbush and for all of our principals who do that work, and for sharing your lived realities so that we can eventually potentially have motions like the one that we're going to make now. So just thank you so much. And then I will move over to Trustee Nicolette.
Beautiful segue, like the motion I'm going to make now. I move that the Board of Trustees provides direction to the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board specific budget items, issues, and other changes to the strategic plan budget weighted funding and the fiscal year 2024-25 budget process.
A second.
Okay. One moment. So we have a motion by Trustee Nicolette. We have a second by Trustee Woodley. And then we can have your comment.
Yeah, we didn't get to this section of the presentation, and so what you saw today were recommendations and thoughts and themes that we will bring back to you during the budget process in future meetings. But there are certain core concepts that the executive team believes strongly in that if we're going to pursue those ideas, we are almost at hiring season. So if you support the notion of a dean at each elementary school, and if you're, what we've talked about in terms of middle school ratios for deans and APs, and the fixed allocation at our dual language program at Jessie Beck, and the campus supervisors, we really would like to move forward with the hiring of those positions so that they can be included as part of our overall district hiring process and overage process. Because if you wait to make a move and approve such an action, then we're going to have multiple rounds of hiring and overage and transfers, and it'll be somewhat chaotic, honestly, if we don't incorporate what we feel are, again, core recommendations that affect staffing at schools. Our ask is if we can take action now, today, with this item, then we can move forward and incorporate that into processes to hire. So that's why we have this slide, so it's a little bit more specific, Dr. Nicolette, than your motion. We would like authorization from you to move forward on these items if you support it. And you can pick and choose from the a la carte menu here, but these are pressing hiring decisions we would want to make come February. So we really, you know, sorry, I hate to press the point, but it would really benefit us if we could incorporate that into the hiring process that begins next month.
Sure. President Smith, may I add just very quickly? This is one of those, when I'm pushing the team to be proactive so that we can make these decisions quickly and not wait. That's a concern as far as recruitment. So I'll go back to what you said, Trustee Woodley, as far as getting out there and recruiting for these very specialized positions, but then also alleviating stress on our schools as far as continuing some of these positions that we know are going to drop off. And if we don't do that, then we're going to be in that position where we're going to have to be transferring and those types of things. So I just want to emphasize the proactive approach that we're trying to take on this. Thank you.
Sure. And so the way that we could resolve that, since that is part of this, just to have specificity, if the original motioner and the second agree, we would just add on to include the adoption of the immediate recommendations as noted.
May I make a comment? I'm in support, absolutely. Here's my angst. I would like to see numbers with that, dollar numbers. I understand the intent fully. That's a lot of important money and important work, and I don't see any numbers.
So my esteemed budget director has such numbers that he can go over. If you'd like to go over them now, or we can take a break and come back on the next item, because we do have the exact same slide on the next item. So, but we're prepared to provide those numbers now.
I would say let's do that now, because we have the option to do a very easy friendly to just tack right on to that motion. So,
okay. So for the dean and assistant ratios at middle schools, that's approximately $1.1 million. Again, we would look to leverage weighted funding where we can first, and then see what's left over in the general fund strategic plan budget. The fixed teacher allocation, that's about $100,000. And then the campus supervisor item is approximately $365,000. And I'm sorry, the first item up there, for the elementary, providing the elementary deans and then the LS at the highest need school, that the additional costs related to the LFs, we would use weighted funding for that, and that would be $2.1 million. Okay. That would come out of weighted fund, either EL or at-risk funding, depending on what the school has available. So it's 2.1 for the first, 1.1 for the second item for the middle school deans and APs, 100,000 for the third item, and 365,000 for the campus supervisors.
all right. So if the original motioner and our second agree, the original motion would stay, and we would add to include the adoption of the immediate recommendations as noted.
I'm good with that.
Alex Will, thank you.
Very good.
Just one last question. Okay. Just to confirm, so for the elementary schools, for Title I and at-risk, that's, excuse me, an AP would be triggered at 550 students and then 600 for other schools?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Oh.
And then so the agenda item talks about budget 24-25. So just for clarity, so these immediate items, are they going into effect this current fiscal year?
No, the positions will be funded in 24-25 next fiscal year, but we have a hiring season.
Got it.
So it's really just to authorize us to begin the hiring process for these positions that'll be funded next fiscal year.
So July.
Right. July 1, yes.
And thank you, Madam President. I just want to note that I did just recently learn from one of my principals that, in fact, this is the hiring season and we are competing with other districts. So I'm very happy to hear that we're doing this ASAP. Thank you.
And soon everyone will be able to check out those opportunities at www.washoschools.net. All right. Great discussion. All those in favor of the amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. That was a fantastic item. We've been at it for a bit, team. It's 4:18. So let's just take a brief break because we have another finance item and a couple items after that. So let's keep going. So I will call a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, everyone. It is 4:25 p.m. and I'm going to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We just finished item 3.01. Woo, everybody. I know I'm just as excited as you are about item 3.02. And that is the presentation and discussion regarding potential immediate uses of the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 23-24 strategic plan, implementation budget, and weighted funding. Possible action to direct the superintendent to implement the purchase of software, programs, new positions, and any other items related to the strategic plan and weighted funding. This is an item for possible action. And we have our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and our Budget Director, Jeff Bozzo. And let's jump into it. This is a cousin of 301.
Yes, it is. So what we're bringing to you, again, I know we're going very fast, but what we're bringing to you here in this item are recommendations for how to use general fund strategic budget allocation in the current fiscal year. So the fiscal year that started July 1 of 23 ends June 30th of 24. And what this is about really is that, again, we were allocated additional funding as a result of the last legislative session. However, we just got notice of that additional funding right before our budget was, our fiscal year began in July. So we've taken some time to think through the issues you saw in the last item, but we want to move forward on a number of items the executive team has identified that we can pursue immediately and either spend or encumber, i.e. commit funds for prior to June 30th. So that's what this item is about, plain and simple. I know this may be catching you off guard a little bit. Maybe we haven't talked about some of these items before. Suffice it to say, we're making up for lost time. There has been a fair amount of change in the district, and we are moving forward as fast as we can to address needs that, again, we've heard from our schools and students. And so with that, I will turn it over to Jeff to go over specific items, again, that we are recommending pursuing this fiscal year.
So just a quick reminder, so the two buckets we're going to look at today are the strategic plan allocation in the general fund and weighted funding. So I'm just going to jump right into the recommendations for the uses of the strategic plan allocation. So the items that were approved in the previous presentation, now that you've approved those, we'll start recruiting for those for the upcoming school year. Next, we have some ongoing and one-time uses here for the strategic plan allocation. So the first is to move forward with the acquisition of recommended instructional materials and new software as a module for 504 plans. That's about $157,000. Next, there's two one-time costs here to complete capital outlay and equipment of providing Promethean active boards to each school. The total cost would be $3.5 million to complete that project, and audio enhancements throughout our schools at the total cost of $2.2 million. Excuse me. There's also one-time funding of expenses needed to start the school year. Some other not as big supplies and equipment, but that would be about $211,000. And then also fund those mid-year allocations this year out of that bucket. So if there's increased enrollment that triggers an allocation, we would provide that. There's also a Child Find expansion. So the idea there is to expand staff at Child Find in order to provide more resources to our incoming pre-K students in support of the Strong Start for Students goal of the strategic plan. There's a new district website cost, or to update our website, about $316,000, and then also the waiving or eliminating various fees for the programs listed here in the slide that we talked about in the previous presentation. The cost of that would be up to $1.1 million, depending on which of those programs would be or have the fees waived. So in this table here, you can see the list of the items we just talked about, what has one-time costs, and also ongoing costs if they were to be approved on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, President Smith. So if I might ask, these are things that are going to support programs and things that we already have. This is not any new programs. This is to support what we have and upgrade and things like that.
That's correct. There's no new academic programs here.
Okay.
That's so correct. Just to give you a little bit more flavor, you know, the 504 plan module for students with 504 plans, heretofore the district's never had a software system to house that information and manage those 504 plans for our students. It's been handled pretty much at the site level, and if we can provide software for our teachers and staff to enter that information, we can track the needs of the child more effectively. So that's a cost of $157,000. For the Child Find expansion, as I think all of you know, we have a statutory requirement to assess students from ages 3 to 5 that have needs, and to do that assessment. And we've continued to see a backlog of those students for several years now. We've kind of tried to patch it up and use part-time staff or staff in the evening or whatever. And, you know, we're at a point where, again, it's a statutory requirement. Certainly the state has looked at this closely, and this is something we just have to do to catch up with that workload. If we do catch up in a future year, we could always scale it back, but I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. So that's the explanation for the two largest ongoing items. We've already talked about the waiver and elimination of fees. That's probably a high estimate, a high not to exceed amount. I don't expect we'll actually spend $1.1 million on elimination of all fees, but we'll find out, right? By offering it, we'll be able to quantify it more effectively going forward.
Oh, thank you. I will admit to being a little confused. So if we go back to slide 8, uses for remainder of FYI 23-24, and there are, no, please forgive me, it's slide number 7, still uses for remainder. So what I'm seeing here, uses for remainder of FY 2023-24, and I see something we just voted on for 24-25. I'm not criticizing, I just need to understand, because when I go visit schools and they're going to say, wow, I want to make sure I know what they're wowing. Provide a dean at each elementary school. That's going to happen ASAP, and we're using strategic funds from 23-24?
No, I'm sorry. We really kind of mistitled the slide. This is just a reiteration of the action you took on the prior agenda item. And these are items that the positions will be created July 1. So we just wanted to kind of remind the board that you took this action, begin hiring these positions, but people will accept positions that begin July 1.
Gotcha. Duly reminded. Thank you. And then on slide 9, I'm glad to see about the Child Find expansion. For many years, we have had a backlog for all the right reasons because we didn't have enough people. And I hope we can find those people. So the 1.2 million, is that really around personnel to do the work? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. And when we talk about waive and eliminate fees, we've had a lot of discussion about fees. Have you honed in on what those will be, that 1.1 million at this point?
So they will be all advanced placement fees, all IB fees, and dual credit fees.
Okay.
And, we have looked at fees we charge at schools. We charge many more fees than this, and so kind of the notion is this is a start to addressing this barrier. Again, I think we're going to spend less than that, but we didn't want to underestimate it for you. Right. So, we've had in the past a grant that has provided a waiver of some of these fees for the most needy students. But we know when you set a fee, it's automatically a barrier, and some students won't request relief of those costs. So by making a statement here, we hope to eliminate that barrier.
Well, and we have a fabulous grants department, and I'm certain that down the road we can continue to write grants. And once smart kiddos and families get wind of this, it will grow as I would hope it would. Thank you. You answered my questions.
Okay, we'll move on to one-time uses for weighted funding. So again, with at-risk funding, we had a cost shift during collective bargaining. The fund right now doesn't have the capacity to take on new costs. So we'll jump to the English Learners Fund. The suggested uses here in this table, this is feedback that our English language department has received from schools on things that they need to provide services to students and families. So you'll see a lot of translation devices here to help with that communication with students and families, and also a professional development program at the end. So in total, these costs would be $810,000.
Thank you, President Smith. Is 1,000 headsets enough? I mean, there's 60,000 students. I would think that we would need more than that for our English learners.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Megan Waugh, the Director of the English Language Development Department. And we currently have quite a surplus. So this would be adding to the surplus that we already have. Correct, yes. And like the connector into the iPad, et cetera, all that's changing now, evolving. So yeah, but this would just be in addition to.
Okay, and then moving to our last slide here, the recommendation is to authorize the superintendent to implement staffing changes shown on slide 7. Sorry, we already covered that. So we'll move to item 2, and that's to approve spending as outlined in this presentation for the strategic plan and EL weighted funding as outlined on slides 8, 9, and 12.
Thank you. Seeing no lights on JJ, do we have any public comment for 302?
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Ms. Tibbet. Welcome. Hi.
Hello, I'm Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I agree, our students and teachers deserve the proper tools and support that generate the positive results that we need for our district. But our students also deserve equal opportunities with outcomes based on merit, not equity as outlined in our strategic plan. So the data provided by Nevada's accountability report card tells a story of what used to be successful and what is now failing within our educational system. So during the 2016-17 school year, there were 870 suspensions with 29 expulsions for bullying. There was no chronic absenteeism to record back in that year. 2022-23 school year recorded 283 suspensions with 0 expulsions for bullying, with the chronic absenteeism rate of 31%, which is 6% increase from the year before. So the chronic absenteeism rate for the entire state of Nevada is 34.9%, and Washoe County is at 31. Wow, that's incredible numbers. So 1/3 of our students do not feel safe at school because they're not showing up. Parents no longer trust the school district to keep their kids safe, so they're keeping them at home. And can you blame them when teachers are going to the emergency room with broken noses and concussions, and students are being beaten by other students, like the recent men dive incident? So why doesn't our strategic plan address the safety of our students and teachers? 2016-17 ELA proficiency was at 82% and math was at 62%. These are great high school numbers compared to the 2022-23 school year with ELA at 46%, math at 22%, and yet our graduation rate increased from 77% to 85%. And did you know last year 31% of our 11th graders were credit deficient compared to the 22% for the entire state of Nevada? How is that possible? I know all of you care about the safety and overall well-being of our students. I'm requesting you please eliminate DEI from our strategic plan, acknowledge consequences work, reallocate the 10 million budget to policies that work, like the zero tolerance policy, installing cameras in the classroom, and investing in our teachers a lot. As teachers are our most valuable asset, our students are only as good as their teachers. This is a quote from Nicholas Giordano, a professor of political science. The entire education system must be discarded and rebuilt from the ground up in order to save education and to overcome a real threat to the American life. There are solutions. One of these things we must do immediately is to start pulling all funding away from diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda that's proven to be toxic within our society. And I don't have enough time for the rest of it, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tibbett.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, President Evans.
Hi, thanks for having me back. Just real quick, thank you on your vote for the previous agenda item, the focus with, the need for deans, our LFs, expansion of pre-K programs, extremely important. So thank you so much for that. And also, I swear I read these documents prior. I must have missed and scanned right over the fact that you guys had mid-year allocation inclusion in this particular agenda item that I spoke on last time. So thank you for that. I think the one question I had, and I just wasn't quite sure, was the need for Promethean boards and audio enhancement. Absolutely. It is about $5 million from the general fund versus knowing that we can fund those specific items through WC1 money, which has a lot more stringent barriers on how that money can be used. I know we're trying to get this money spent today, but I think that was just something that popped out, not to insinuate that we don't need those. We absolutely do. I know we've been using ESSER funds to fund all of those programs, and obviously that money's gone, so we're trying to really close out, and I'm assuming the reason would be, now we'll have them across the district and everyone's upgraded, but again, $5 million of general fund money that really you guys have a lot more fluidity in how that's spent versus money that could be used for capital. I know we've got a great team in here. They could probably answer that. But those are the only things that drop off. And then thank you for the work on child find expansion, pre-K. That stuff is extremely important. So thank you for that.
Thank you, President Evans.
The board received emails from Angie Bryan, Colby Reardon, Kim Crowley, Jill Bayless, Kendra Smith, Brandon Bringhurst, Chris Hackbush, Marcus Culpepper, and Katie Fitzpatrick related to this item.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring her back to this dais here. Really quick on the WC1 money. I don't think we can use that for just tech refreshes, but we can use it when it's a capital improvement project at a site and then the technology goes in. Is that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yep. We can't just buy equipment across the district. That would be an ineligible use of WC1.
I wish we could, though, for the record. All right, I'll bring it back to this dais here if anyone's ready to make a motion, or Vice President Mayberry.
Only because Trustee Nicolette asked me to. Thank you.
To clarify, we actually don't need an item on number 1 since you already made that motion as part of the previous item. So we're really only asking for item number 2 as part of the motion.
And I think the recommended motion we have here covers that. So I believe the motion that we have there is okay for what it is that we're doing for this item.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Are you ready to take the motion? Yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees provide preliminary approval. Excuse me, we're on 4.3. 3.02. Thank you. I apologize. I move that the Board of Trustees provides direction to the interim superintendent to implement the purchase of software programs, new positions, and any other items related to the strategic plan budget and weighted funding for the 2023-24.
I second.
Alex was being, Trustee Woodley was being a gentleman. But the second is Trustee Westlake. Okay, so motion by Vice President Mayberry, seconded by a hair, Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Great conversation, great work to the entire team. These are two very exciting options. All right, team, that closes item 3.02 and section 3 in its entirety. And we'll go back to section 4. As a reminder, we've already handled item 4.01. So that brings us to item 4.02. This is our quality of education item. This is a review of the strategic plan goal 1, strong start for every child, and key strategies used to improve student learning outcomes and to fulfill this goal. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have quite a group of presenters today. In front of us, we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, to kick us off, and we're very excited about this conversation.
As are we, President Smith. Thank you for this opportunity. We are here this evening. I want to acknowledge Interim Superintendent Dr. Krista McNeil and the Board of Trustees. And as we talk about Goal 1, strong start for every child, I'm going to give you a quick outline of what we have in store for you today. So it's a little bit different than we always do, so I'm going to be paying attention if you're paying attention. All right, so first and foremost, we're going to celebrate our student superstar, Nyla Casillas de la Riva. She is a student at Matthews Elementary School who has gone through our pre-K system. That is going to be done by Principal Slatter. And then here's the subtle part. Once you take the picture with our student star, I'm going to ask that you remain standing because you have a bonus today. The bonus is we have 2 state-recognized pre-K teachers that we also want to recognize, but we want to be efficient with our time. So once we take that picture with our superstar student, you're just going to simply remain standing, and then Principal Slatter is going to come up. She's going to make some remarks about her amazing pre-K teachers, and then we have another photo opportunity. No quiz, but I will be watching. All right, so once we get through that, celebrate our school, Matthews Elementary, I will then turn it over to Casey Edgington, our P3 coordinator, and Tina Springmeyer, our Director of Child and Family Services, and they will walk us through our current strategic plan pillars and the many strategies that we're deploying to improve learning outcomes for our P through 3 students. So, next slide, please. As always, we focus on every student and their success, and we know that we cannot do this without our families and communities. So, with that, we will get started, and I want to bring up Principal Slatter and Nyla to the podium.
Welcome, Principal Slatter and Nyla. Hi.
Hello, Superintendent McNeil, President Smith, and Board of Trustees. I am Amanda Slatter, the principal of Matthews Elementary School, and I want to introduce to you a charming and wonderful student, Nyla Casillas de la Riva. She has attended my school since she was in pre-K, a 4-year-old, and now she's a 5th grader. She is a student who represents our school well. She is an excellent student, phenomenal, works hard, and she still has an amazing relationship with her pre-K teachers. Nyla has some words to share about her school experience at Matthews. I'll turn it over to her.
Good evening, Superintendent McNeil, President Smith, and members of the School Board of Trustees. My name is Nyla, and I'm here to share how my pre-kindergarten experience paved the way for my success as a 5th grade student. When I walked into that colorful pre-K classroom years ago, I didn't just find a place to play. I discovered the foundation for my academic journey. In pre-K, I learned more than just numbers and letters. I learned how to share, take turns, and make friends. These simple lessons laid the groundwork for learning that I use every day in school. The social skills I developed in pre-K have been important to form strong relationships with my classmates and teachers. The teachers in pre-K, Miss Becky and Miss Amanda, were like magical guides, helping me unlock the wonders of reading and math. Through fun activities, they made learning an exciting adventure. Little did I know that those early lessons would build the skills I rely on now as a 5th grade student. Being in pre-K helped to fuel my love for learning. As I went through elementary school, I realized that the confidence I gained in pre-K has been my secret weapon. My pre-K experience wasn't just about academics. It was about getting help and making friends. That has shaped me into a student who values kindness, hard work, and sportsmanship. In conclusion, my journey from pre-K to 5th grade has been a remarkable adventure. The solid foundation laid in pre-K has been the compass guiding me through the exciting world of education. I am grateful for the lessons learned, friendships made, and the skills acquired that continue to help me be successful. Thank you for supporting early education and for providing students like me to help with tools to do well in school.
That was fantastic, Nyla.
Thank
And now, if we grab Nyla's award, I think we get to bestow upon you Washoe County School District's Superstar Award. And so we're going to come up and take a picture with you and your family to celebrate this accomplishment in your academic career.
All right. The Board of Trustees passes their first lesson. Yeah. So now Principal Slatter is going to come and talk a little bit more about some pre-K teachers that were recognized at the state level, and then we're going to take another picture, but didn't want you to have to go sit down. So.
So additionally, we have those magical guides, Miss Rebecca Howell and Miss Amanda Fortuna, here with us today. I want to celebrate these extraordinary educators who have not only dedicated their lives to shaping young minds, but they have also both been recognized as the Early Educators of the Year award recipients. What makes this tale even more remarkable is that these educators who teach side by side in our pre-K classrooms nominated each other for this prestigious award without the knowledge of the other. So in a heartwarming twist of fate, these remarkable teachers share a bond that goes beyond the classroom walls. Their commitment to excellence has not only earned them Early Educator of the Year awards, but it has also elevated their classrooms to the pinnacle of achievement. Both were rated 5 stars on the state's QRIS ranking. There were only 2 of these in public schools in northern Nevada. Both of them happen to be in Washoe County School District, and what sets this achievement apart is the rarity of not having just 1, but 2 5-star schools at the same school. So their dedication to creating a nurturing and stimulating environment for our youngest learners has not only enriched the lives of the children they teach, like Nyla, but also has set a new standard for early childhood education. So in this moment, let us applaud these educators for their passion and innovation and tireless efforts to make a lasting foundation of our children's education. So their story is a testament to the transformative power of dedicated educators working hand in hand, and we are privileged to have them shaping the future of our community. Congratulations to our dual champions of early education.
Everybody squish in together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. That's lovely. Thank you.
Come visit anytime.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
You know what a stable genius is?
In this room?
All right. That's a great way to start a presentation. Continuing on, when we talk about strong start for every child, first I want to acknowledge our partners in this presentation, Quality of Education, and that is the Office of Continuous Improvement. They got all these slides together for us, crunched all the data, and are instrumental in celebrating our schools and providing the Board of Trustees with an update on quality of education. So as we look at our strategic plan, we know that as a district, our greatest opportunity to close achievement is in the area of strong start for every child. We need to attack those gaps while they're very small or ideally non-existent. So when we look at the actions that we are taking in Goal 1, we are heavily looking at our curriculum and making upgrades to the curriculum. We have always had great partnerships in our community, and as you have likely heard, we are making a pause on our Jumpstart initiative. So, as you're going to hear, we have in our district obviously had a focus on our earliest learners. It just so happens that in our new strategic plan, we acknowledge the importance of being focused and intentional in our early grades. Just some real high-level data about our P through 3 students. About 20,000 students is our focus here. Approximately 4,500 to 5,000 at each grade level. That pre-kindergarten number you see up there is changing daily. Mrs. Springmeyer is going to update us on some of the latest numbers. But the important thing that I want us all to remember is this is where we get the greatest return on investment for closing those achievement gaps. As I turn it over to Tina Springmeyer, I want to remind everybody there's a lot of subtleties in the way we count and the way we fund our different early childhood programs, and Tina's going to walk us through some updates there. So go ahead there, Tina Springmeyer.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Good evening, or kind of good evening, good afternoon, President Smith, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and other board members. I'm Tina Springmeyer, the Director of Child and Family Services for the record. I'm happy to share with you information regarding early childhood and give you an update. If you could turn the slide, please. Thank you. We'll share this. So something that I'd like to talk about, give a little snapshot. That my department is comprised of everything early childhood. So we have early childhood programs, our early Head Start programs, our statewide programs, the Nevada Registry and Pre-K standards. So everything that comes out of the district is really supported by the Department of Child and Family Services. And one thing I'd like to kind of start historically is Dr. McNeil actually hired me as a director in 2011. And when I stepped into this role, I had 15 classrooms and 5 classrooms that were housed on retrofitted school buses called the Cow Bus. And as you can imagine, I mean, when you think about the numbers that we're going to share here in a moment that you can see on the screen, it's pretty amazing where we've come, you know, thanks to the amazing grants department that we have and all the strategic planning. But Dr. McNeil has always been a huge supporter of early childhood, and I've always appreciated that, along with the board members too. Something I'd like to point out here, you can see where we were as of our snapshot on October 1st, 23, apologies. But we've increased tremendously. So as of today's date, we're currently serving 1,457 students across our gen ed and special ed programs in the district. We've expanded our programs, thankfully, to other grants that we've been awarded. So over the years, we've had Zoom, Nevada Ready, Striving Readers, Title I, State Pre-K, PDG. It's tremendously, and what it's allowed us to do is provide more inclusive environment too. In 2016, we actually combined our grant-funded programs with our special ed programs, basically to align our practices to create more inclusive settings for our students, which we know is best practice, to align our programs, our curriculum, our assessments, and have one unified program that served all of our students. And so you can see where we're currently at and then where we're moving. So we're excited about the opportunity to continue our growth in the district and serve more students. Some of the other additional comments I'd like to make are the funding streams. Like we currently have had ESSER funding, the ECLIP funding that came out of the governor's office this year, in addition to the special ed funding, has allowed us to continue to grow across the district. These numbers, which I failed to mention, we've also increased our classrooms in the past 2 weeks. We opened a new classroom at Mitchell. So we continue to have, you know, before I retire, who knows when that will be, I really want to see early childhood programs in all of our schools across the district.
All right, good afternoon,
Board President Smith, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Casey Edgington. I'm the Interim P3 Coordinator. I'm very fortunate to be sitting next to my colleague Tina Springmeyer that I've worked with for over 15 years. I believe deeply in the importance of high-quality early education and alignment from pre-K to third grade. Nyla, our star student today from Matthews, called her pre-K teachers, Amanda and Becky, magical guides. I want that on my little business card, right? A magical guide, I think that's amazing. These words describe exactly how I felt from my own kindergarten teacher at Lincoln Park Elementary School 4.5 decades ago, Donna Loggy. The experience I had in her classroom inspired me to become an educator and to continue on my goal to create high quality, aligned, and coherent experiences for our youngest learners. So I have lived the Washoe County Promise as a student. Okay, so all of the goal 1 is going to connect directly to one of the 4 pillars. We're going to take a few minutes tonight to go through each of these pillars and the strategies that we are doing. Okay. Pre-K to third grade excellence is grounded in district-wide alignment and coherence. You'll hear those words quite frequently. I want to highlight 2 areas of focus on this slide. iReady is unique. Yes, we are collecting incredible data, as I heard you talking about earlier tonight, but it is not just the data that's important. It's what educators and students are doing with the data that matters the most. iReady provides readily available, appropriately differentiated lessons based on students' daily performance on MyPath. The second area I'd like to focus on is LETTERS. LETTERS is short for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. We have over 320 educators engaging in this professional learning opportunity grounded in the science of reading. And I want to give a huge shout out to my colleagues, Sandy Eyre, Director of Assessment, and Jenny Anderson, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and both of their teams for leading this work. Okay, so I heard Joe Ernst speaking on some data today that is very similar to this. The ELA Smarter Balanced third grade data has been flat for over the last 3 years. This is similar to what we'll see on the next slide with our Smarter Balanced third grade scores in mathematics. This also mirrors similar data, as we talked about, beyond third grade. I would like to point out Native American and Pacific Islander students had the largest gains in ELA by 8 to 12 percentage points since 2021. In math, I want to highlight all racial groups showed improved scores in 2023 since 2021. However, these slight improvements are not near enough for what Washoe County School District students deserve. We acknowledge this is where we've been and will work intentionally cross-department to ensure an increased number of students reaching proficiency.
So Pillar B looks at strong partnerships among families and our school and community. I think that our district has worked phenomenally on building strong across the district. You can see that in the work that's generated here and listed. And we've got some wonderful central office departments that work tirelessly, whether it's, I'm going to highlight Delisa Crane and School and Family Partnerships, Family Resource Centers with Rochelle Murillo, and also the Children Transition. All of these programs are really instrumental in supporting our students and our families and our most vulnerable families and students at risk. And I think it's really important that we highlight and continue to work on building those stakeholder relationships, because we know that it takes a community to educate our students, and we're really fortunate to continue to do so. We have so many wonderful central office departments in this district, and I wish I could have time to highlight all of them, but I want to thank them publicly anyway. Something I'd like to highlight right now is our P3 learning series. You'll note that we're excited about having the opportunity of working with a group of stakeholders, UNR, the local ECAC, which is the Early Childhood Advisory Council, Children's Cabinet, among others, in putting together a P3 learning series this spring. Casey Edgington is working tirelessly on this, but it's also something that's going to build our relationships with our community-based providers. We know that early childhood doesn't just come happen at the school district. It takes a whole core group of people to come together to support young children and to make a difference for them in their education. We will be rolling this out, and our first series will be on March 9th, sorry. And at this point, we'll have more information to come in the spring. We look forward to sharing that with you.
I know you also saw similar data to this on chronic absenteeism already tonight. Chronic absenteeism continues to be an area of continuous focus and improvement for our district, for our state, and nationally. We believe strong partnerships with families and our community partners and providers will improve these efforts, and the ongoing communication that early education is not only important, but critical for later success.
Pillar 3 really focuses on the commitment to elevating our educators, and we recognize that that takes all of us to work on that. Something that's going to be rolling out for us is really educating our teachers, our families, our students about our new strategic plan. Having a strong start is pretty amazing to me, that we actually have a focus on early childhood and really a focus on P3. When I started way back in 2011, believe it or not, we were talking P3 then, and it's so wonderful for me to see it come to fruition, and we're actually having this conversation, and it's built in our strategic plan. Additionally, we want to support our early childhood teachers with social emotional learning to support our students. We're so fortunate to have Nyla this evening speak so highly about the importance of developing those social skills. It's really important that children learn those nuanced experiences, and we provide that support so they can be more successful and feel comfortable as they continue their education in the school district. Oh, sorry, that's me too. So you'll look at the slide, you'll notice that, again, kind of referring back to Nyla, talking about the importance of social skills, that's very apparent. Something else I'd like to highlight is that the Department of Ed right now has been working tirelessly the past year and a half, 2 years on developing social emotional standards pre-K to 12th grade. I've been a part of that in addition to Trish Schaefer. We've had some really good work in that process, and that will be coming out later this year. But I think when you look at the slide, you can tell that it's pretty obvious that it demonstrates the need about supporting our students and helping them feel successful and learning those important skills about getting along with others, working well with others, learning how to self-regulate, and working together. I think something else to point out is that when we talk about suspension rates or we talk about those kinds of situations for young children, we don't suspend young children. We work with them to help them learn those important skills so they can be successful in school. Okay, one more, it's me again. So I'd like to highlight some, first of all, there's so many wonderful initiatives we have around the state regarding young children and early childhood education. But it became very apparent tonight, I hope that you'll recognize that we have 2 teachers in early childhood at Matthews Elementary School that actually achieved 5-star ratings. That's pretty phenomenal. I can tell you as an early childhood educator myself, I only became a 4. I worked so hard to get that 5-star rating and it didn't happen for me, but I applaud my teachers that continued to do that. So to recognize that, part of the work that's required for grant-funded programs is that we have to be a part of the QRIS system, which is the Quality Rating Improvement System. And all of our programs really adhere to that. We follow the ECHRS, the early learning, the early childhood environment rating scale to look at our classrooms to improve our program practices. Another highlight I'd like to give tonight is our Nevada Pre-K standards. I also have another hat. I am the Pre-K Standards Coordinator for the state. So when I'm not working with district work, I'm working on standards work. And the past year and a half, my colleague and I, Rachel Stepina, who, by the way, gave a wonderful speech tonight as well, have been working tirelessly with SRI in revising our state standards. So I'm pleased to announce that it was formally approved at the State Board of Education on November 1st. 2023, and I'll be rolling them out across the state this spring with my colleagues. We're already rolling them out now with our teachers. On a Professional Learning Day on January 8th, I provided standards training for our early childhood teachers, and we'll continue to do the same throughout the school year. Okay. And with that, we'd like to conclude our presentation with all of our wonderful colleagues that helped put this together and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. I know her light's not on, but there's only one trustee I can go to first, and that is clearly Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette.
Didn't I turn my
No. But you did a fantastic job. I would love to hear from Trustee Nicolette, but this is just such important foundational work. And now I will defer to Dr. Dye.
I'll be happy to give my 2 cents. The state of Nevada, and 2 of you sitting in front of us, including me, and other people throughout the state have been working on preschool education for a very, very, very long time. And I'll be very forthcoming. There's times when we spun our wheels. And I'm going to give you an example. I did a testimony at the legislature many years ago. And this is not a criticism. It was an honest observation from a legislator who said, I don't know why we need to spend money and time on preschool, because that's what parents should be doing. And you know, I thought a lot about that, and I don't disagree. The challenge is that not all parents and families have the wherewithal, the time, the energy, and all sorts of other circumstances to do the best job that they should be doing for their most precious gift, their child or children. And so for many years, people like Tina and Casey have committed so much time and energy to helping educate all of us on the importance of preschool education, not only for the public, but for teachers too, because not every teacher always embraces that. Families, we've had to educate families. You are your first and forever teacher. How can we help you and engage in that and recognize that? So this has been a very long endeavor, and I will say that I could say many things about you two. You are persistent, and it comes from your heart, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. It's wonderful. On page 17, you highlight the major and minor behavior event. What really stands out is just the dramatic increases, particularly on the minor events. Did you insight to why we've seen an increase consistently from 22 over 23?
Are you speaking primarily about early childhood or just
In the early grades, yes. I'm speaking, yes, across the board, pre-K to 3rd grade.
I don't know that I have all the answers for that, but I can certainly address it and then get more information for you regarding that. So for early childhood, when we're coming back into classrooms from our pandemic and COVID, we've got children who haven't had those nuanced experiences about being outside the home. So they're learning to navigate the day without their parents, learning those really important skills in a setting where they would normally have those day-to-day interactions, like go to the grocery store with their parents or go to dinner with their parents or visit with family. And when they're coming into school, we're really teaching children how to go to school. So they haven't had that experience about sharing or working with others or playing in the classroom. So when we talk about young children, those are the kinds of interactions we're dealing with, where children come in with really lack of exposure and experience when it comes to working with others. And if we don't help young children become successful with social skills and help them grow and support them to become competent students, then it kind of escalates as they go up the upper grades. But I can get more information if you want more, just also about those events. They're really not students but incidents. So it could be that a student was really struggling and had multiple incidents versus students that were
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So there are multiple incidents there, and I do see that. You're right. I mean, we're coming off of COVID, that year 21-22. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you for that.
I'd like to add that this is so important because just in our last meeting when we saw with the iReady performance, we saw that so many of our kindergartners are coming in before they've even been district students, and there's already a gap there. And so by providing high quality early education, we're really going to meet that need directly at the source. And again, that's before many of these students have even entered WCSD. So I'm a big proponent of this, particularly because my children just finished the age where we were paying for preschool and daycare, and that is a mortgage payment, quite frankly. And it shouldn't have to be. It goes back to money being a barrier to academic success. And so by supporting high quality pre-K, we really support our students and set them off on the path. And it's not fair that a family who can't afford a second mortgage payment for high quality pre-K should send their small children off or receive no education at all. So just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you very much, President Smith. And, you know, Tina and I go almost way, way too back. And, you know, when we started working together, when I was Director of State and Federal Programs, we really had to talk about how are we going to get this initiative up off of the ground. And we talked about, and you'll remember this term, the weaving of funding and then the bring of funding. And we cobbled together a pre-K program that was really funded through federal, state, and local sources. In fact, if I recall correctly, Tina, your salary was almost triple as far as we had federal, state, and local sources, the general fund, paying your salary at one particular time. And Tina has always, always been an advocate for our early learners. So much so that when I was the interim principal at Green Bray and we didn't have a pre-K teacher, I knew exactly who to pick up the phone and call, and right away she was there supporting our teachers in our classroom. And so I want to give a shout out, and then also to our grants and evaluation team, because without them we don't have the data points to showcase this, and we certainly wouldn't have the funding in order to start our programs. So thank you.
I would like to just say one more thing, and it's an homage to a true champion for early childhood education, and that is Dr. Joanne Everett, who also used to be a Washoe County School employee. It is because of her vision and her heart and her soul and hard work and innovation that we're even this far. And she's been Dr. Joanne Everett.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I'd actually like to add that I felt like big shoes to fill coming in from Joanne, and so grateful for her expertise and mentoring over the years.
Well, thank you so much for this item. We really appreciate it. Great work, and we can't wait to see what comes next with everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, team, that closes item 4.02 and brings us to our last item in this section. This is item 4.03. This is the presentation and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed revisions to Board Policy 9065, Board of Trustees Compensation and Expenses. Clarify amount trustees may use from their individual budget accounts to attend events held by nonprofits that serve Washoe County and local area, and the initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action. And our presenter is our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo. I always call you the Chief Legal Counsel, and now I just realized that's maybe not your title.
Call me whatever you want.
All right.
You want me to...
Wherever you wanna sit.
Good afternoon, Board President, Superintendent McNeil, Board. Other way. So this is Board Policy 9065. This goes to Board of Trustees compensation and expenses. Some of the changes that we made are just administerial. We're deleting the public officer section because it's defined, but it's not used throughout the entire policy. We did add to the definition of official school business events held by local nonprofits that serve Washoe County, and you'll see the reason for that as we go through the policy. Down, thank you. So looking at number 2 on page 2, and this is an issue that's come up with several of the trustees in the past. trustees do want to be able to go to events where other public agencies are at in order to talk about all the good we're doing at the Washoe County School District. But unfortunately, there hasn't been a real clear policy on how to do this. And so there were some abuses in the past, so we rewound that and we took that we were spending a lot of money on some nonprofits. So my team and we decided to look at what the Nevada Commission on Ethics recommends. So the Nevada Commission on Ethics, they want the amount to be a de minimis amount. They want it to not be supportive of a political campaign, and they don't want it to be for the benefit of yourself or a loved one. That's basically the real simple way of looking at this. So what we did is we basically said you all have your own budget accounts, and now under this new rule, if you could just slide down and get all the link, thanks, perfect. Now under this new board policy, the trustees may use $1,500 of your individual amount to attend different events for nonprofits, but here are the conditions that we placed on it. The nonprofit must serve Washoe County. The event must be in Washoe County or a neighboring county. So this isn't we fly across the country and that type of thing. May only be used to purchase tickets to the event and or for food at the event. You cannot purchase alcohol. If alcohol is included in the ticket price, then that's fine. That's no problem. You can still go to the event. That's all subsection 3. And then if you slide down a little bit more, you cannot, and this is really important, you cannot use this money for election purposes. And so we put a bunch of parameters about if you're in the middle of a political campaign, you can't go to these events and wear your badge that I'm running for office. And then the other thing is you can't take money out of your trustee account to give it to another trustee for this purpose. And the reason for that is because, again, we're trying to avoid the political campaign issue. And so you'll see there the last prohibition in number 3 is you can't use the money within 90 days of election day. And I think that pretty much sums it up. And this is important, the nonprofit can't be antithetical to the district, inconsistent with the district's strategic plan, or the district's climate and culture by promoting violence, hate speech, profanity, or illicit activities, or be of a political nature. So you can't go to the Democratic dinner or the Republican dinner. It's for nonprofits, okay? And that's it. So we're looking for a motion to approve Board Policy 9065 so that we can go out for the 13-day review.
This is a terrible policy, and I'm going to take a few minutes, if I might, to go through it piece by piece because this cannot stand. As we go through the policy, first of all, this is not our money. This is taxpayer money. This is money the taxpayers give us, and the taxpayers have a right not to have their money used for something they disagree with. So the first thing I see as I go through here is it says for attending nonprofit events or not-for-profit events, and then it gives the conditions. And it must serve Washoe County, but it must be in Washoe County or a neighboring county. That's Carson, Story, Pershing, Lyon, Douglas, Humboldt. I can drive all the way out to Winnemucca, Douglas, Churchill. You ever heard of Harney County? Lake County? That's a bordering county up in Oregon. Lassen, Modoc, Sierra in California. And it talks about $1,500 and we can buy tickets. Some of these events, the tickets can run $500. They can run $250. They're making a profit off those tickets that's going to be used to promote whatever thing they want to promote. And it says you may not use to promote a political campaign of a trustee whose name will be on the ballot during the fiscal year. Well, first of all, you don't file till March. So your name's not on the ballot until after the filing is confirmed in the end by the third week of March. So you can do whatever you want. And you get to tell me, everybody knows you're running for re-election and you're there, but you don't say anything, but it's clear you're glad-handing there, and it puts in, if you say, well, you can't go during that period, then this trustee can go, but I can't go. It's absolutely untenable. At the end, it says trustees are prohibited from using the funds to attend an event within 90 days. Again, you're not on the ballot until often less than 90 days before the event. And then it doesn't say you can't attend Republican or Democrat. It says the nonprofit may not be, and I'm not even going to try and use that word, but basically opposed to the district, inconsistent with the district's strategic plan, district's climate, culture, promoting violence, hate, illicit activities, or political nature. Well, that's free speech. If the district passes a hypothetical policy that it's opposed to homeschooling, and that same night there's two events, same ticket price, committee to support public schools, committee to support homeschooling. Because the district orders me not to, I cannot attend with taxpayer dollars the homeschooling event, but I can attend the public school event. That's just bull. And it's very important to understand, nonprofits, we think of the Salvation Army. No, nonprofits are 501c6 lobbying organizations that lobby for ballot measures, lobby for whatever they want to lobby for. PETA, I mean, you name it. So you're telling me that I can attend one event because you say so. The district, the board, bullies me into saying, no, you can't go to that event, or we're going to censor you, but you can go to that event, and we'll pay for it with taxpayer money. No, absolutely no. And I just pulled up a few nonprofits. Washoe Republican Assembly. That's not the Republican Party. It's Washoe Republican Assembly. Can I go to their event? What if their tickets are $500? Washoe Dems. Nevada Right to Life. Pro-Choice Nevada. The Obama Foundation. I mean, there's 400 plus nonprofits registered in Washoe County alone. This is absolute insanity to change this policy to allow us to use taxpayer money. We keep it, the policy right now is fine. We keep it really simple. You don't use taxpayer money to go to a non-school function event. And I know I'm taking up time, but this is so important. And the first thing this is going to do, it's not just the Nevada Department of Ethics or Commission of Ethics, it's the state of Nevada. Please, 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 folks, let's send this back. Let's look at Nevada Revised Statute 386, 345. I'm going to read it really quickly as I can. A board of trustees of a school district may acquire or maintain membership in national and state school board associations and pay dues to such associations, period. Pay the travel expenses, blah, 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 to attend those meetings. It doesn't say we can use taxpayer money to attend PETA events. Also, the state constitution. The state shall not donate or loan money or credit, subscribe to, or be interested, blah, 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 association, corporation, except corporations formed for educational or charitable purposes. Not 501c6 Reno Rodeo Association, which I love. I'd love to go to their event. But maybe I can't if it's opposed to the school districts. Maybe they're pro-PETA. Again, let's keep it simple. You don't go to these events with taxpayer money. We're a Dillon state, so I assume that constitutional requirement would apply to that. Again, I could write a book on this. I'm trying to be quick. Nevada Revised Statute 82.021 deems that only a 501c3 nonprofit is for the, quote, public benefit. The other ones are not for public benefits. Don't spend my money attending those events. And again, it's not like you're paying for the dinner. They make a profit on these things. Nevada NRS 281A 520, government causing to incur expense, to make expenditure in support, to oppose or support a ballot measure or candidate in certain circumstances. Again, even though you're not supporting that ballot measure with direct funding, when you go to that $250 a plate dinner and then they got a ballot measure on there, it's hiring the hitman by proxy. It's the same thing. So this is just got to go back to the drawing board. This just is not going to pass muster. It's going to lead to so many complaints via lawsuits, ethics, whatever, folks. But there were abuses, and I'm the one that drew attention to this because we were spending money to go to these events, and I said no. And I've got the emails to prove it. But so now it's simple. You just don't go. You want to go, no money. You don't you don't pay taxpayer money. And every time we do, it's going to be public. It's public document that you did it, and I'd be embarrassed to say that I spent taxpayer money for a 501c6 lobbying organization. Thank you. It's just, please, this can't stand.
Well, we'll be able to come back to you for actual edits for the recommendations. So let's just pause on that for Mr. Lombardo really quickly. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I have a lot of questions.
Mr. Lombardo's correct. He wants to correct the record on a few things.
I think we need to create a record here. First of all, it's not a First Amendment issue. How a public entity spends money is not the same as how other corporations spend money, so it's completely false. I also used the language for that exact issue on the foremost First Amendment case out of the Fourth Circuit, which has been used by the Ninth Circuit, which is Hardwick versus Hayward, which specifically discusses that speech such as profanity, hate speech, illicit activities, and speech of a political nature are not protected speech in school districts. So that's just wrong. The next thing is NRS 386.345 is completely inapplicable because no one is buying a membership into any of these things. It is going to a dinner or a fundraiser that this board deems is appropriate. And yes, by the way, there is extensive case law in the state of Nevada, the Ninth Circuit, and by the United States Supreme Court that specifically says a governing entity can limit the First Amendment rights of its membership. You get to decide what you spend the money on. That's the General Powers Clause, NRS 386.350. So to sit here and bang on the First Amendment, it is inapplicable in this instance. And no one mentioned the word censure, so I'm going to ignore that for the part of the legal analysis. But with regard to NRS 281A.520, the great thing about your Office of General Counsel is we have vast knowledge on these issues, and one of our attorneys actually worked for the Ethics Commission, and she literally helped draft this policy and said this will pass muster with the Ethics Commission. So the reason why, again, is because it's de minimis, again, because it's not supporting any private entity. It is nonprofits. If you want to drop the word 501c3 in there, not a problem. I don't think a 501c6 is the same thing, but whatever. That being said, NRS 281A.520 specifically says you can't use it for political purposes. It must be de minimis, and well, that's basically, I'm just going to leave it at that. That's the basic part of the analysis. It goes into more details. This meets all of those criteria, and she's reviewed it. So I just want to make sure that the record is very clear. This is completely legal. And I will just mention that with regard to the past abuses, it was actually brought up by Mark Mathers and myself related to dinners at a Martin Luther King dinner several years ago before I don't think anybody was on this board actually, except for perhaps Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. I'll also jump in here just as a bit of a memory reminder. So back in January of 23, one of the reasons why we actually brought this forward, and you might remember this, Trustee Church, you had gone to the public opening of the Reno public market, and you did inquire what would be appropriate to submit a reimbursement voucher for the grand opening of that for-profit business. So just as a reminder, you yourself have asked, can I get a reimbursement for a meal or for attending an event where I was invited to as a trustee? And then you also asked the same thing about a nonprofit foundation regarding at-risk kids. So I just want to make sure that we're all remembering this, because you yourself have inquired about how we use these funds and even asked if you could. And part of those questions with many trustees, not just you, is one of the reasons why we realized we needed to bring clarification to this. So before anybody pontificates a bit too much, I think it's important to point out that we have all, not you, but almost all of us have asked, how do we go about doing this in a reasonable way? And then there is an acknowledgement that we do need a procedural way of moving forward. So again, that example with Trustee Church is definitely not unique to him. I've wondered the same thing, and many trustees have. But just as a reminder, you know, that happened last year. And again, it just highlights the fact that we do need to bring clarity to it. So, Trustee Westlake, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, President Smith. I'm actually really glad that we are clarifying this. And I want to ask a question first. So the examples that Trustee Church that you gave, and I can see where your concerns are. I can see it. But like that one group that has Republican in it and then another group that has Dem in it, it's already been stated that nothing that is politically driven. Therefore, I mean, I am pro-life. I would not come and ask to use my funds for politically charged, even though I am against abortion. Therefore, the same thing goes for Planned Parenthood, PETA. Those are all very politically charged, motivated political movements. I think what we're talking about here is like the Children's Cabinet, things that bring something to our community, that benefit our children. Boys and Girls Club, Head Start, I mean, things like that definitely are adding to the community and we are partnering with. I'm just going to say it. I was ignorant when I ran for office. I thought we didn't get paid for anything. I was ecstatic. I'm like, oh, $761. Well, that'll help pay for, a few things, little jewelry here or there, just, my slush fund. But I think there's other organizations like Washoe County that they don't even scrutinize. I mean, if Washoe County commissioner or something, they have their fund and they use that more at their own discretion. And I would think as a governing body, if we saw someone abusing that, we would feel comfortable. I would feel comfortable saying, hey, Alex, what are you doing? I don't think that's right, but I don't see anyone abusing something to benefit our community and programs and organizations that are not politically relevant, but that are doing stuff for children in our community.
Thank you. Vice President Mayberry, I see your light on, and Trustee Church, I see yours too. Another important detail, and I don't know that I can include Trustee Westlake or Trustee Woodley on this one, but I'm fairly certain that the other 5 of us in our terms so far have used our trustee budgets for events like this. I believe all 5 of us have, whether your swearing in date was in 21 or later in 21 for the rest of us. I'm pretty sure that the 5 of us actually have used these funds for these purposes, but without the clarity that this policy does. I don't know that Trustee Woodley or Trustee Westlake has, because I think the realization we were having about needing guardrails came up in that time frame. But I'm very certain that the 5 of us actually have done this already.
Well, I did it for Children's Cabinet, Boys and Girls Club, and then I ended up paying back. I had to pay back because there wasn't the clarification.
Correct, and that was the barrels and bites.
I honestly, I'm going to just say it, I don't feel bad using my funds for that, because I also include my husband, so I'm paying for, so I got a double whammy. I'm paying for me and my husband, and I'm going there to support a partner that is benefiting our children.
Yeah, and I thank you for clarifying that. So just so everyone understands. As the president, I don't like see everybody's expense report, so thank you for sharing that and making that disclosure. I just think that that's important to note because nobody hasn't done this. What we didn't properly have were guardrails and a clear policy on it, which is our responsibility to self-police ourselves for. But nobody is not doing something that the other people are doing. So I want to be really clear on that. I see Vice President Mayberry. If that's okay, I'm going to have you hold. I am going to go back to Trustee Church, and then after both of you go, we'll do public comment. So Trustee Church, I'm deferring to you first, and then going to go to Vice President Mayberry, and then we'll go to public comment.
Let me get back to my notes here. First of all, and I meant to cover this, it was in my thing to cover. I disagree. It is a free speech issue. Number two, this is what's important, what I wanted to say. It doesn't matter if it's legal, it matters if it's ethical in our hearts. I don't care what the Ethics Commission says, the weakest in the nation. I don't care what legal says. Some of this stuff, it just doesn't pass the smell test for me as a trustee to pass this kind of a policy that says you can go to a 501c6 lobbying organization. I do want to point out the very last line about this where he says, oh, well, you can't promote violence and hate speech. I'm going to read it word for word. A trustee is prohibited from using these funds to attend such an event within 90 days of an election day. I'll repeat that, within 90 days of an election day, if they are on the ballot for the election day. The next section, this is 6. The nonprofit may not be don't make me, thank you, whoever said, to the district, inconsistent with the district's strategic plan, or, not and, or the district's climate and culture by promoting violence, hate speech, profanity, or illicit activities, or be of a political nature. First of all, political nature just opens the door to whatever that means. Profanity, arguably free speech. How do we define illicit activities? But it uses the word or, not and. And again, this whole, okay, enough said.
All right, I'll go to Vice President Mayberry. Before we waded to allegations of ethics, you have spent your budget on these items since you've been a trustee.
No, I have not. You show me.
You've never attended an event
that would violate this. No. You show me where I have. Second of all,
violate this because
I asked about those events because I had the foresight to say this doesn't look right. And and that's where the whole Martin Luther King came up, whether I use the words Martin Luther King or not. I was looking to try to pull the email, but I can pull them. But no, I can say right now, if I did, I'll apologize, but I don't ever used it for anything of a political, anything that would violate this.
No, I'm not saying that you used your money for anything that was political. I'm saying that you've used your district budget to attend community events, like we all have, up until this point, and I don't have any recollection of you bringing up anything related to the MLK Gala. So I think we're maybe confusing a couple different things. Vice President Mayberry, and then let's go to public comment and maybe make some revisions based on the feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I mean, I respectfully, thank you for bringing this forward, General Counsel Lombardo. I think a lot of this is really much to do about nothing. I mean, I think to your point, Trustee Westlake, of course you want to attend some of those political events because you're going to exercise your judgment, and that's what this is about, right? Doing the right thing. We're elected leaders here. We know what we're not going to spend money on. If we're going to spend money on a political event, maybe we shouldn't be sitting in this seat. This is a very appropriate, prudent, and responsible policy. And I'm going off the limb here, but I would venture to say that our colleagues at other local governments and authorities here in Washoe County likely don't have this kind of policy. They use the same kind of dollars, tax dollars, to attend these community events, not political events, community events. That's what we're talking about, junior achievement, supporting junior achievement, Education Alliance. Maybe it's a chamber event. I mean, and putting guardrails so we're not partaking in alcohol, so we're not paying for our spouses. We're not increasing compensation. This is within our current budget, a limit of $1,500. This is appropriate and prudent. It's pretty straightforward. I support it 100%. And I mean, thank you.
Trustee Nicolai, I want to give you the opportunity to weigh in and public comment after that.
Two things. Not being a legal-minded person, I trust our general counsel and their research. Number two, if I want to go to an event and I feel it's questionable, I'll pay for it myself.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment?
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome.
Well, good evening. Roger Edwards for the record. You know, I'm keeping a pretty extensive folder of your policies and procedures since a couple of years ago when I found several violations and nobody paid any attention to bringing them forward or not, but makes me feel good when I can. But anyway, so I try to keep track of these modifications and updates, and now I've done lots of bylaws and stuff, and they're really convoluted. I understand, but you know, I got the sheet, and I didn't have the policy sitting right next to it, but I was trying to read through this thing, and I had a problem with that within a neighboring county. That doesn't narrow it down to much of Nevada item in it, but even going down through the labeling was confusing. You know, item C, and then it goes to I, and then it goes to 2I, and then it goes 3I, and then it goes to 1. Poorly done. May not be used to promote policy campaign of any trustee. I would think not. But you know, as the Board of Trustees compensation expenses, page 3 items. That's a mess. You need to have somebody that's not on the legal staff take a look at that. Craft it in regular words and bring it back, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
That's all I have.
All right, so let's bring it back to this dais. I do like the idea of clarifying the 501(3)(c). I think a good part for that, it's page 2 of 6. And it's under number 2, letter C. And then it says individual budget accounts for attending nonprofit events, not-for-profit events. Chief Legal Counsel Rombardo, who, by the way, I think you did a very good job with this, and I trust you that this is legal. So I do want to say that I believe that this is fine, and again, it formalizes what we have all been doing, but without any guardrails. So if we were to add the 501(3)(c), I think that would be a good place to put it. It could either be under the sublines of the I, the 2I, or it could be in that C where we change it to attending nonprofit events, not-for-profit events for organizations with 501(3)(c) status under the following conditions.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, or up in the definition section at the top. You could put it in up there, I think, too. But anywhere is fine. What's the definitions look like, JJ? Unfortunately, I can't get my computer's not cooperating. Events by local nonprofits, and then we could put 501(c)(3) right next to the word nonprofits. See it up there on E?
Oh, yeah, so the new E.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either spot.
So, all right, then I will make a motion.
What page did we find that?
Yeah, it's number 1 under definitions. So I'll make a motion to change letter E under section 1 definitions to events by local 501(3)(c) nonprofits that serve Washoe County.
I'll second, and thank you very much.
Okay, so motion by President Smith, seconded by Trustee Church. Thank you very much. Oh, may I, for a friendly, I guess it's 501(c)(3), and I said 3C. It's not a multiple
Friendly
quiz
second.
test, but would you accept that friendly? Thank you so much. And so again, we're not passing the whole policy right now. We're making one micro change, and then another potential motion would move this to the next step, which means that we're going to continue our conversation about this, okay? It's not a one and done. So seeing no lights on, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And if there are any other specific changes that we'd like to see, let's bring those now. Otherwise, I would be looking for a motion to not adopt the policy, but to move it to its next step, which will include coming back to this board and going to the public. Trustee Church?
Just for discussion and possibly a motion, it says $1,500, but it doesn't put a limit, could be $1,500 on a ticket for a nonprofit. Do we want to discuss maybe a $100, $150, $100 ticket price? Because obviously it becomes, a certain point, it's obvious you're supporting the nonprofit, not just like paying for the dinner. Does that make sense? Again, legal talked about de minimis. That would seem to be not de minimis if you're paying $500 for a ticket.
I think that de minimis is the amount and not necessarily the individual tickets. So again, in my view, this would go back to the judgment item that Vice President Mayberry brought up. Somebody could, in theory, do that. That would be an interesting decision, but they could. I don't know that I would want to necessarily police that, because there are some areas where I feel that we as elected officials need to exercise our own good judgment. But I appreciate the point, and anyone's more than welcome to join in on that.
Thank you, Madam President, if I may. I don't like the idea of putting the limit, because today it may be 150, next year it'll be 165, and then do we have to come back and change the policy again? I mean, inflation is real. I will state that I do appreciate the ability for me to be able to attend a fundraiser for Education Alliance, Community in Schools, or other events that I do attend, and they do recognize me as a board trustee, and that I am actually able to purchase those tickets with the funds, which you are correct, President, I haven't touched a dime of my account because I have no idea what I can spend it on. So it's nice to know that now we have these guidelines and these rails to help us. So I do look forward to being able to do that. Thank you.
I am curious about page 2, letter 3, Roman 2. The event must be in Washoe County or within a neighboring county. What was the intent behind within a neighboring county?
Well, when we were asked to look at this, we were trying to decide what's reasonable. So our minds went to Lyon, Carson. We figured Carson has a lot. And, you know, the Douglas, those type of counties that we do a lot of interaction with at the school district. I don't think there was any intent. I would find it hard to believe that there is a nonprofit that serves Washoe in Lake County, California, which, by the way, both of those must be met. So it's not bifurcated, but nevertheless, if one of the answers to that would just be drop the word Nevada in there. We have no. Look, we were asked to put something together. If you all want to change it, go for it. What I would suggest you do is the event must be in Washoe County or within a neighboring Nevada county. Or you could say, or within 100 miles or whatever. I mean,
Because the thought is it could be in Carson,
Right.
and we're doing a joint kind of Washoe County, Carson.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, you know, a lot of events occur up at the lake. We figured, you know, nonprofit events where Washoe folks go, right, into Douglas County, but it's still a Washoe type event. You know, we do that all the time. Yeah, so that's why it's.
A couple things too, really quick, and well, I know we've got Trustee Westlake. That is a really important point, and I'd like to take a point of privilege with that. So, Chief General Counsel Rombardo did not just do this for fun, everyone. He's been working on this for a very long time, and he did this at many trustees' request, and in direct and indirect requests, because as I gave earlier, I gave an example of when Trustee Church himself asked, hey, what can I submit a voucher for? So these questions have been building up over time, and Mr. Rombardo has done this work in response to our own questions, because so many of us have said, how do we do this responsibly? And so that's why he's bringing this forward. He's doing the work that we have directly and indirectly asked him as individual trustees when we've raised our own confusion about what the guardrails are with this. So I want to be really clear that he didn't just do this for fun to create legal problems. He's doing this so that we have the opportunity to set our own rules and to also be clear so that none of us inadvertently break any rules for our own governing body. So just wanted to point that out. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I don't know where this got to be a ticket for dinner. I mean, it has nothing to do with dinner. I mean, these events have dinner there, but I don't go to these events for dinner. I go to these events, again, to support important organizations that are doing amazing things to support our children, our families, our community. So I don't really want to limit. I'll tell you right now, if Children's Cabinet, they needed the funds severely to continue the work that they're doing, and so the tickets are $1,500, I might decide I want a ticket for $1,500, not for dinner, but to support that organization. And furthermore, no organization is going to do that in Washoe County because they're not going to get hardly anybody attending. So, I mean, thank you.
If I'm reading the same section, because it does say may only be used to purchase tickets to and or food at the event. So I think it covers both. Mm-hmm. But I agree with you, because we go for the event, for the organization.
Raised chicken and vegetable medley.
With the one wing.
Yeah.
Vice President Mayberry, and then maybe let's start landing the plane again.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because I do want to share this perspective too. And I think this is the kind of policy that helps us govern. And I think that's important, because at these events, as you all pointed out, we're not going there for dinner. But this is an opportunity for us to talk with other elected officials, business leaders, community leaders. They come up to us, we go up to them, we get input, feedback, building relationships. That's an integral part of governing. It truly is. And I don't want to really mess with the language. I'm very comfortable with where we are at. And I think it's also important to keep in perspective that we set the stage for future boards as well. And I think it's extremely responsible. I don't think you're going to see this at, say, City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County, and again, not disparaging our colleagues there. I think their policies are far more liberal. We're really tightening this up, putting very strong guardrails on this, and I think it's setting the stage for future boards as well.
Okay, Trustee Church, and then Clerk Rodriguez.
I wanted to piggyback on Dr. Nicolette, because she went on a good topic, and then we went off on a tangent.
Okay.
So getting back to C2, on page 2, the event must be in Washoe County or within a neighboring county. Might I suggest we just take it out? It already says the nonprofit must serve Washoe County. So that's done. Again, what if it's a big joint event that's in Ely? Why say no? It must serve Washoe County, period.
Well, so in a situation, I think it still needs to be closer to here, because there could be a scenario where, like, the parent organization serves, let's say, Clark, and I think that this is an appropriate guardrail. So here's the thing. I like adding more guardrails onto this, not less, is just my 2 cents. And
I think you'd have to be careful about taking United Way serves Washoe, but I don't think the United Way's headquarters is here. So it's probably presumably in the East Coast, Delaware, let's just pretend, because that's where everyone seems to be incorporated. So, you know, $1,500, you could fly across the country to Delaware. I think that's why we put this in there. But I'm fine with like shorter miles, if you want to say within 100 miles, or Nevada, or I'm just trying to think of an answer.
I appreciate your spirit of compromise, but there's big, wide open skies in Nevada with lots of miles in between, so I want to be careful about that. Clerk Rodriguez, I saw your light on. Maybe we can move towards some finality.
Honestly, I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees provide preliminary approval to the proposed revisions to Board Policy 9065, Board of Trustees compensation expenses, and initiates the 13-day public review and comment period.
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. Trustee Church?
First of all, I really seriously thank my trustees for changing the wording of 501c, but we've got so much to go. I mean, again, we were leaving so much stuff in here, including that word "or" that I brought up. This is just, we really got to go through this. I'm sorry, but please vote no.
All right, thank you. All right, so all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1, and we will carry it forward to a future meeting. All right, that closes item 4.03 and closes section 4 in its entirety and brings us over to section 5, our reports. Our student representative was not able to be with us today, so we will move past item 501 and then move on to item 502, board reports. And we will start with Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So the first thing I want to mention was the Martin Luther King Gala on the 15th, and it truly was a celebration of a human being that has done so much for humanity. And I just think it's so important that we keep that remembrance alive, and that the community knows of the things that this man did for humanity. And I was very, very happy to go to that with almost all of my trustees. It was a wonderful evening. Then I also read at my little Sun Valley Elementary School, again, to my Lions, the kindergarten classes, which is, I know I say it every time, it's just such a privilege to spend those couple of hours once a month, not just with the students, but with the teachers, and see those relationships that they have with those young little humans, and they're also special. Then I also had the privilege, I took lunch to the leadership students this past Saturday at Sparks High School. And it was just so much fun. I got to see the art projects the posters that they're creating for their event that's going to be in a few months, their competition. And I loved having lunch with them and talking to these young people. And they were so appreciative and had such wonderful manners. And I just want to commend C.J. Waddle of Sparks High School and the environment that she's creating there. I want to give a shout out to Robert. He's a crossing guard at Jerry Whitehead, and I see him almost every morning when I'm walking my Pitty and my little Chorgy, and he's a father. He pulls up, he's got his crossing guard uniform on, vest on, and he gets out and he gets his son out. And then he goes and helps the students across until they get to the school safely. So hello, Robert, and thank you for loving Casper. I attended Mayor Ed Lawson's State of the City of Sparks address, and it's wonderful to see the very positive things that are being done in Sparks and the things that our Sparks council persons are doing to benefit Sparks. And I feel very lucky to be a Sparks resident and to have them as serving me and my community in the city of Sparks. Thank you very, very much.
All right, Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll give an update since our last meeting. I attended our quarterly NIAA two-day meeting. It's approximately 14 hours. Some of the items that we discussed was first and foremost the hiring of a new executive director for the NIAA. Mr. Nelson, after so many years, will be retiring. So we are doing a national search for a new director for the state. We also discussed something I brought up at our last meeting, as it relates to transfers of students and the current restriction that we have that they have to sit out for 1 year, one school year, as they wait as far as playing the same sports at the new school, unless they can prove a hardship. One thing we found out from research, staff doing research, from NIAA researching other states, we are the only state, Nevada is, that doesn't allow or provide for a free one-time transfer. So that is one thing that we're considering. I did express that my fellow trustees also believed in that, and I had a lot of support from the last time I shared it with you guys here. So I will be attending the next meeting, which will be Thursday. It'll be a 2-hour meeting specifically to discuss these proposals of regulations. And I did tell them, the rest of the board, that if we don't make a change, it's going to come down from the legislature. So we know it's coming. So we should be proactive in that. I want to acknowledge another thing we discussed is our Reed High School will be the host of the Nevada Athletics Directors Association Conference. That'll be next month. So shout out to Reed High School, February 22nd. I also want to acknowledge some of our schools that did win state championships. Spanish Springs boys cross country, state champions, congratulations. McQueen girls soccer also won state championship, congratulations to them. Our Galena High School boys tennis are also state champions, we appreciate them. And then lastly, our Reno girls tennis team also are Nevada state champions. So we support our kids, our student athletes, and we appreciate their hard work, and go at it again. We want some more. So that's pretty much it for my NIAA meeting. I also did attend the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society dinner for Martin Luther King. We got to see some of our students in our district that won awards for essay contest. One in particular, I'd like to give a shout out to the Michael Wadley, young gentleman that won. Looked like he was about 10 years old. He was dressed sharply, so we appreciate him. And I did visit Traynor Middle School and McQueen High School, where I got to see both principals, Principal Virgil do an interview with her students on absenteeism, and Principal Holbrook, who has open dialogue with the students to the point where they changed their first bell from 7:45 to 8 a.m., and the kids love it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Trustee Woodley for his attention on those sports issues, the rules, the regs. We picked the right person for the job for that committee, because these are things I was not aware of. So thank you very much for that. And I concur with Trustee Westlake on Martin Luther King. Just want to remind, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We need to look back at our diversity manual, known as the Reflections Journal. The words Martin Luther King, MLK are nowhere to be found in there, as well as many other culturally sensitive words that we should have in there. So that's dated 2020. I just hope we look at that again. So I was out of town, business and pleasure. If you're with the IRS, some of it was business. But I did go to Memphis, Tennessee, flew into an ice storm, and it was for the International Blues Challenge, not related to WCSD, except they have a special section, competition for youths, generally high school kids. Incredible. And they're sent by the local blues society. Reno and Vegas, Nevada did not send anybody. I just beg people, I don't have the time. Let's get our kids involved in music just outside of the school, what we call blues in the school. Maybe next year we'll have the champions at that blues event. But they're funded by the local blues society and local nonprofits. They send them there. incredible. They get me older band players, music players. It's just an incredible event. And it's, you know, to see these kids, 16, 17, one of them was 14. It's just singing the blues like Billie Holiday. I mean, oh my goodness. So I just kind of hope somebody out there will listen to this and help put that together, because obviously I don't have the time to do that, but it's just a wonderful event. So thank you very much, and I'll yield my final minute.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been a long day for all of us, I believe, so I'll be brief. I did attend the Martin Luther King dinner with President Smith, Vice President Mayberry, Trustees Westlake and Nicolette and drawing a blank. My friend there, literally. It's been a long day. Yeah, this guy, the other guy. I'd like to give a shout out to the GRTC Jill team. They did attend. They actually provided the colors, which was super cool. I do appreciate that. We were able to be there. We, Washington County School District. I've been out in the community, touched with our schools in different ways. I've attended, or I've been, you know, keeping a pulse with our school leaders, especially regarding today's agenda items. And I want to say one last time, I'm excited to see what our new school police chief will bring. I'm very excited. I'm hoping to see more dogs, just putting it out there, more dogs, more involvement with our human trafficking team. And fun fact, we're still getting supportive public comments in support of Chief Moore. So I'll use more time.
Yeah, we are. All right, Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President Smith. I'll be super brief. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to also attend the Martin Luther King Gala with so many of you. So thank you for that. My school visit last week was at Sparks Middle School, and had a great time with first-year Principal Sarah Peterson. And it was amazing how well behaved and orderly the school was. They were doing iReady training, testing that day in the classrooms, in the cafeteria. She introduced a number of electives at Sparks Middle School to include journalism and robotics. I had the opportunity to observe the strings in the orchestra classrooms. And one really interesting thing I discovered about that particular school and a program that she's implemented is they have a one in and one out policy for the restroom. So they only allow one child into the restroom at a time. And they have a monitor, and the monitor who's doing it is actually a bus driver who is on light duty. So what a phenomenal, excellent thinking outside the box resource for the principal and for our school to utilize a light duty person to essentially monitor the halls and monitor the bathrooms. So I salute our friends at Sparks Middle School. And I would be remiss too, I'm sure all of you join me in wishing the Geddes family heartfelt sympathy. Jason Geddes, we lost Jason, and I know many of us knew him, and former assemblyman, former university regent. I'll miss his presence in this boardroom as he came forward to talk about conservation issues. A true Nevadan, and my thoughts have been with him and his family for a while, so thank you.
I wasn't going to mention this, but to Dr. Geddes, when I was with Nevada System of Higher Ed, he was a regent, and I would call him my boss. And now that I'm a trustee, he would call me his boss. And so it was just a funny little joke, so thank you for a lovely memory. School visits, I concentrated on elementary schools, Grace Warner, Jesse Beck, Roy Gum, Elmcrest. I tell you, I learned so much. I go home and I take notes, and there's so many wonderful things going on. And across the board, I heard about concern about allocations. I know it's not a new one, but I promise we're going to work on that. I visited Academy for Career. education. Those kids are doing wonderful work. They're taking one of their buildings and building an adaptive ramp, an ADA ramp, so they're in school and they're doing something for their school, and they're really learning about ADA, which is really cool. And then I also visited and had a lovely conversation with Director Dixon. He is the director for the Northwest Regional Professional Development Program, and I spent 2 hours with him. So just one little ditty, which is very cool, actually, too. They work with 6 school districts, so we share and care. It's a wonderful relationship, and just this semester, 990 educators in Washoe County School District participated in professional development. This is a hard group of working people, a group of hard-working people. Less closer to home, I serve at NASB as their legislative chair right now. I attended their training here in Reno, and we are now working on putting out a survey to find out what our colleagues in our 17 districts, 104 of us school board trustees in Nevada, what we'd like to see happen in the legislative next session in 2025. So we'll do a tiering system. That's going to be very interesting. And I also serve on the Early Childhood Advisory Council as an appointee of the governor. We're working on grants. We're working on upping our family engagements throughout the state. We're just doing a lot of wonderful work. And I listened in on the subcommittee for the Committee of Education and Workforce. It's the United States. And they were talking about careers and Perkins money. And they're really pushing to increase, Josh Hartzog, if you're listening, they're really pushing to increase Perkins money because they recognize that the hands-on learning leads to graduation rates, leads to careers, pathways, choices, and filling critical workforce needs. So I want to thank our CTE and Signature programs for the work that they do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicolette. All right, so I'm going to start off. This one wasn't planned, but I just have to say thank you. Wow, Trustee Woodley, the way that you represent our board and that you are pushing forward important issues around Nevada's high school athletes, I'm so glad personally that you are in that role. And let me tell you what, everyone, we don't just sit here for hours and hours and do this. Several of us over the course of the years come on and off of boards that we represent this governing body on, and the NIAA assignment is no small feat. And not only is Trustee Woodley really advancing important issues, but he's also personally taken up the importance of mental health wellness for our athletes as well. And so I love that you are making some good trouble on the NIAA, and I appreciate you for that, because let me tell you what, that is hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and travel, and he does that. So thank you so much. You're fantastic with that. So oh my gosh, considerable work in the lead up to today's special meeting and regular meeting with multiple staff members, so more days than I could really count with that. My first picture that I have up was fantastic. So I also attended the 36th annual MLK Gala hosted by the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society, and I attended with Vice President Mayberry, Clerk Rodriguez, and Trustees Nicolette, Westlake, and Woodley. So to have the 6 of us there was wonderful. Also in this photo, you see Interim Superintendent McNeil, and then also President Evans of the WEA, who's in this photo, and there were many other familiar faces. Our former president of the board and current Assemblywoman, Dr. Angie Taylor, gave the keynote. It was rocking, and my takeaway is we all have to row together. So thank you, Dr. Taylor. My second picture is from yesterday. I accepted an invite to attend the State of the City address presented by Sparks Mayor Ed Lawson. Trustees Woodley and Westlake were also there, along with Interim Superintendent McNeil. This is not a picture of me. This is a picture of Mayor Lawson, and he is a fantastic leader of the City of Sparks. The City of Sparks is a wonderful partner of our school district. We have made really good things happen. I personally attended that police ride along with him. It's just, I value him as a colleague and as a servant leader in this community, and that's why I've got this picture up of him. And then I also thoroughly enjoyed the great article that Rocio Hernandez of the Nevada Independent wrote on the Galena High School new Galena Outdoor Academy. I don't know if that was because of my last board report, but if it was, thank you so much for bringing attention to that program. Thank you. Oh, this is a record. I left 12 seconds. Woo-hoo! All right, let's take that to the bank, and I'll go to bed a little earlier tonight. And now that brings us to item 5.03, our interim superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. President Taylor, listen to that. I'm like, it is really late. It is really late. I told you, I'm getting my stamina up. Yes, yeah, thank you. President Smith. So yesterday I was able to attend the tribal consultation, and I want to thank Delisa Crane and Fawn Hunter for putting this together along with Dr. Lamarca, our grants staff. This is an annual consultation that is mandated by federal, but what was really interesting is that we had more people attend this tribal consultation than we have before. And so I want to thank Reno Sparks Indian Colony Chairman Doug Guardpipe for attending, as well as Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe Chairman James Phoenix for attending. Also, I had a wonderful meeting with two gentlemen from UNR on our UNR concurrent enrollment programs. Those are growing, and it's fantastic to see the number of students. I want to give a shout out to Reed High School. They have the most students attending our concurrent enrollment programs. Attended the EDON board meeting. It was wonderful to reconnect with our community leaders in my interim role as your superintendent, but the support that you all have as a board of trustees was palpable in that room. So thank you for that. Met with Dr. Parks and the Pioneer Center for Performing Arts, that we're going to be able to have our students attend the Pioneer Center in programs, and we are also looking at, so don't tell anybody, we're also looking at expanding a concurrent enrollment class, hopefully around the theater arts. Attended the Reed High School area inspection for JORTC. Those students are absolutely incredible and amazing, as you all know. I have school visits set up for DePoli, Donner Springs Elementary, and I believe Trustee Mayberry is going to join me on that, and DeMonte Ranch High School. And then finally, I want to give a shout out to our interim chief. He was so thoughtful in sending 2 of our police officers down to Clark County School District to support the fallen officer down there. And so I want to give a shout out to our interim chief, and also for Kelly Case in our business office for barrier busting, because this was something that we had no P card available for our officers to go down there, and she found a way to do it. And so this is what teamwork is all about. So thank you.
Fantastic. And we're not going to tell anybody about that one thing. Shh. Okay. All right, that closes section 5 and brings us now to section 6, which we always love. Our closing items, starting with public comment, 601.
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Ms. Tibbet, welcome. You rocked that last public comment too. You landed that plane on the dime. Loved it.
I went really too fast. Okay. Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I'm reading this book. I'm 37 pages in. It reads like an instruction manual. It's written, in my opinion, to gaslight God's children into believing their gender identity is fluid and can be changed because of feelings. It plants a seed that fosters an idea that surgery will correct their gender if they feel they were born in the wrong gender. Nobody's born of the wrong gender, and surgery, they won't correct those feelings. We all feel different no matter who we decide to love or grow a family with. We all still feel different. Feeling different is beautiful and is a normal part of the process of going through puberty, of your own life's path. But it's dangerous to deny real science and propagate the lie that gender is based on feelings. This book does not belong in a public library school, and unfortunately you can find it at Sparks and Reed High Schools. This type of material, along with the social media, Hollywood, the music industry, it's causing the high rates of depression, anxiety, suicide in our children. The pressure to identify yourself sexually and carry a label is too much for a young person to burden, Kids should be focused on building a solid foundation beneath them for their future through academics, athletics, clubs, family, friends, and faith before they focus on their sexual identity. They have the right to do this without influences from the outside sources. I mean, it's not the state's responsibility to teach children about gay or straight sex or to influence them into a label. The author of this book, he encourages both, or she, whatever you want to identify him as. He was a gay man that now identifies as a transgender woman who promotes taking away parents' rights by encouraging schools to teach gay sex and for young people to have a gender identity. This book encourages promiscuous behavior by experimenting at an early age to help identify their desires. The back section of this book, I cheated and went to the back. There's a section called the cheat sheet, and it's got all the weird terms defined. Example, a glory hole. Do you know what a glory hole is? Well, if you don't, it's a hole in a wall or partition through which a man pokes his scissor sisters. It's a sexual position for two women. In what context are scissor sisters or a glory hole appropriate for school-age children? There is no defense for allowing children access to this type of material. I encourage this board to remove this book and all similar books from our school libraries. Please. Please. The library is going to leak over into the school libraries. It's coming.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbetts.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Mike Krogan.
Hi, Mr. Krogan.
I'm going to quote one of the great philosophers that occasionally speaks to us. Joe Rodriguez said, "It's been a long day."
That is incredible public comment. I am deeply moved by that. A lot.
The board received emails from Abby Hogan and Zoe Bray and Ed Kendall.
In the spirit of the wise words of Clerk Rodriguez as spoken by Mike Krogan, I will designate this next meeting announcement for February 13th, 2024, and then in honor of Clerk Rodriguez and Mr. Krogan, 6:03, I adjourn this meeting at 6:31 p.m. Thank you.